you so much. Please remain upstanding. We are yet to pray.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for giving us safely today. We are gathered here today for this wonderful and beautiful purpose. We commit this ceremony to your care. Let the ceremony go smoothly without a hitch, and let us sail through this ceremony without any inconveniences, and let us end with you just as we started. I believe. Amen.
Please be seated. So today, we gather not just as individuals, but as a collective force united by a common goal, addressing the climate crisis and shaping a sustainable future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reality of climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is here with us, and it demands urgent collaborative action. This conference is a testament to the power of partnership between academia, industry, and the next generation of leaders to drive meaningful change.
So, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, this conference is more than just a platform for discussion. It is a call to action. We are here to bridge the gap between theory and practice, between academia and industry, and to empower our students, the future professionals, with the knowledge and tools they need to contribute to not only Kenya's, but also the global green economy.
But before we proceed, allow us to extend a special thanks to the Chancellor, Professor Patrick Vakoen, whose Big Five agenda has inspired this initiative, and to our industry partners who have joined us today to share their insights and visions. Your presence here is a clear indication of your commitment to sustainability and innovation.
Today's conference will focus on three critical areas: energy, adaptation, and policy. Through panel discussions, project presentations, and candid conversations, we will explore innovative solutions to some of the most pressing challenges of our time.
Far from that, and far from the power purchase agreements to sustainable transportation, from climate financing to modernizing building codes, we have a packed agenda that promises to inspire and inform. Welcome to the Green Conference, Day 1 and Day 2 as well. It is now my distinct honor to invite on stage the Chair of the Engineering Students Association, Ms. Rama Anuro, to make our welcoming remarks. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage.
Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, faculty members, students, and all passionate advocates for a greener future, good morning. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Green Conference 2025, first of its kind. Today marks a significant step in our journey towards sustainable development as we come together to explore critical intersections of energy, adaptation, and policy, shaping a resilient and sustainable future. As engineers, policymakers, researchers, innovators, we bear the responsibility of designing solutions that not only drive economic growth, but also protect our environment for future generations. Through insightful discussions, panels, workshops, we have the opportunity to exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, and ignite real change in our communities, because at the end of the day, you and I are the change makers. This conference is just not about ideas, it is about action. As we engage with industry leaders, energy experts, and sustainability champions, let us remember that the future of green energy, sustainable infrastructure, and climate resilience depends on the decisions we make today. That also depends on the decision you make today. So I extend my gratitude to the organizing committee, the Green Jobs Career Fair Committee, the students, the industry leaders, everyone who has put in their time and work to make this conference what it is today. And my hope and prayer is that this forum will inspire all of us to take a personal initiative towards a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable world. And with that, I would now like to welcome on stage the Dean of Students, Mr. Johnson Kinyua.
Good morning. Let me acknowledge our Vice Chancellor, Professor Margaret Hutchinson, hereby represented by the Dean, School of Engineering, Professor Sifila Wanjiko Mumenya, and our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Gitau, represented by the Chairman of the Job Greens Center, Professor Alfred Opele. I also want to acknowledge the government ministries represented here, department and agencies, Chairman of Engineering Student Association, the one who has just left the stage, Madam Lahma Anuro and her executive committee, the head of Green Army, Mr. Adam Israel, the corporate partners present, participants, staff, students of UN. Good morning. My name is Johnson Kinywa. I'm the Dean of Students here at the University of Nairobi, and also responsible together with my team for organizing the career fairs for the University of Nairobi graduates to get exposed. Why are we here? It's a great day for us as a university because we are setting the pace and also trailing the brace on matters of the emerging global threats such as climate change, artificial intelligence, technological changes, as well as the labor shift dynamic that are happening across the globe. And these threats, they are coming together with the challenges as well as the opportunities. Today we are here to leverage on the opportunities that comes along with the climate change, that is the green jobs, and how our universities in partnership with the industry partners can develop climate change solutions through research and development to design the solution for the future. So this idea came in October when Chairman Esa Lahima came to our office. We have been working on several projects, International Engineering Students Conference, Women in Tech, and also the Tech Week. So when they came with a new product to launch called Green Conference, I was the first one to welcome and said, why don't we partner? So they had the idea of the conference, we had the idea of having the career fair, and we said we merged the idea, and today we are here exposing the technical part of it in terms of conference and also the job opportunities available in the green sector. And therefore we have an exhibition with around 40 companies out there, and after this conference you are all welcome to partner. So when Lahima came, we said we are going to truly partner because the chancellor of this university, Professor Patrick Fagen, which Moshemi has mentioned, has come with a big 5 transformative agenda, of which one of them is the Green Jobs Career Center here at the University of Nairobi. And as the Office of the Career Services, we are tasked together with the Green Job Center Implementation Committee to spearhead on how we can leverage these opportunities for our graduates whom we are churning out. So it's for this reason that we are all here for the Green Jobs Career Fair, as well as this conference, the inaugural one, which is powered by the Engineering Student Association and the Office of Career Services, supported by so many university departments such as Wangari Maathai Institute, Institute of Climate Change Adaptation, and Sora Academy of the university, to ensure that we are champions of a green economy, as the government through various ministries has been championing. So with those few remarks, allow me to get this distinguished honor to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Ayub Gitau, represented by Professor Alfred Opele, to make his remarks, and thereafter you will invite our Vice Chancellor to make her remarks and also officially open this conference. Asanteni sana.
Our Vice Chancellor, represented by Professor Mumenya, distinguished guests, participants, and all of us, good morning. Allow me to make remarks in 2 capacities, and I'll be very fast. First, as the chairman of the Green Jobs Center Implementation Committee, for which I represent, and secondly, as representing the DVC Academic Affairs. Let me point out at this point that this committee, the Green Jobs Center Implementation Committee, was put in place to guide the university towards coming up with a Green Job Center, which is going to be domiciled at the University of Nairobi. And this is going to be a Kenya-wide center. The mandate of this center is basically to impart skills and knowledge to the young people. So our key mandate is basically to empower the youth and other stakeholders to explore the future work in the green economy, and also focus and equip the youth in the green transition. So in the end, what we aim is to help them uncover opportunities in the renewable energy, agriculture, wastewater management, and the list is so on and so on. And how do we intend to achieve this? Basically through capacity building. So capacity building on one hand will be these sensitization forums like the conference and the career fair we now have. On the second hand, we'll be looking at the curricula, both vocational training and also short courses for professionals, but also long-term courses to benefit our students. Because green jobs is about the environment. Green jobs is about restoring and conserving the environment. And so when we talk about jobs, no wonder the youth are at the center of this initiative. So those are a few remarks. And in order to do this, we are going to partner with everybody. Remember, environment and issues of climate cuts across. So we'll have everybody on board. And we are looking forward to partner with people working in renewable energy, people dealing with energy use efficiency, greenhouse reduction, emissions, pollution control, people in sustainable agriculture, and many others. So we'll be looking out to several partners, including those that we already have here. So let me take this opportunity to welcome you. And in the second capacity, allow me now to read the speech by the Vice Chancellor, DVC, which was given to me to represent him. Now, our Vice Chancellor, ably now represented by Professor Mumenya, who is the Dean of Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to bring to you the speech of our DVC Academic Affairs, who was not able to attend. Now, speaking and exhibiting partners, national employment, which includes National Employment Authority, the Kenya Space Agency, the National Housing Corporation, Impact Africa, KenGen, Ketracto, the Green Motion, KPLC, and all state government departments that are presented here, agriculture, we have the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya, the Vivo Energy, the e-bicycles, the BAT and EST, among others who are represented here, who are our key stakeholders, distinguished guests, industry leaders, esteemed partners, faculty members and students. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again, and welcome to this Green Conference and Career Fair. It is truly inspiring to see such a vibrant assembly of students, professionals, and thought leaders from various faculties gathered to discuss the future of sustainability. The university is committed to fostering an environment where ideas can flourish, where students can be empowered to become agents of change. This conference is a shining example of that commitment. I want to take this opportunity, or take a moment to acknowledge the Engineering Students Association, under which this conference has actually been organized, and the Office of Career Services for their pivotal role in organizing this event. Their dedication to student development and career readiness has been instrumental in bringing the career fair and conference to life, and we now kick it off today for the next 2 days. As we delve into topics like energy, capacity building, prosumer engagement, and the East African Power Pool, let us remember that the solutions we seek are not just technical, but also collaborative. So we need our stakeholders at every step. It is through these interdisciplinary partnerships, both within and beyond our universities, that we will drive meaningful progress. In other words, we need both our local stakeholders as well as external stakeholders. The green economy system promotes growth while ensuring environmental sustainability and social well-being. The green economy is a universal and transformative change to the global status quo, requiring a fundamental shift in government priorities to position social and environmental priorities above financial priorities. With this, progress will be made in achieving sustainable development goals, climate action number 11, and so on and so forth. The University of Nairobi is committed to being part of the public and private sector efforts in promoting the green economy sector through sensitization of the youth on opportunities available in the green economy space. And this Green Conference and Career Fair is anchored on the following sustainable development goals. 1, goal number 6, which talks about clean water and sanitation. SDG number 7, which focuses on affordable clean energy. And SDG number 9, which talks about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And 13, call to climate action. And 15, life for land. So these SDGs are very, very important even as we look at the whole spectrum of the green space. The university, in partnership with the public and private sector, in making notable efforts regarding the growth of the green economy, including policies incentivizing green innovations, sustainable production methods, and adoption of eco-friendly technologies. However, young people are not accessing work opportunities in the green economy, and it is now time to turn this trend around and sensitize our students to get out of their comfort zone and upskill and reskill in green skills to expand their opportunities. And of course, this conference and the career fair, which is outside there in the Great Court, is an opportunity, is a starting point so that we can actually start sensitizing our students towards this goal. The transition to green jobs requires collective commitment and holistic approach between the public and private sector, as it is a viable mitigation strategy to reducing unemployment in Kenya. Green jobs can drive economic growth by fostering innovation, investment and market expansion in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and clean technology, among others. This Green Conference and Career Fair will equip our students to be part of the green transition that has led to the emergence of new green job opportunities with the need to create local expertise. I encourage all of you to actively participate, share your insights, and take full advantage of the opportunities this career fair and conference will offer. Thank you, and let us make this transformative event a success. Professor Ayub Gitau, Deputy Vice Chancellor, ENF. Thank you. I now take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the guest of honor, representative of VC, to come and make her remarks and formally open this function. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and good morning. I wish to ride on the established protocols observed. I wish to, like my predecessor, double, wear two hats. The first one is the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, and the second one to represent the Vice Chancellor. As a Dean of Faculty of Engineering, I must say I feel very proud this morning, and I wish to congratulate the Engineering Students Association, led by our able chair, Rahma, and the organizing committee. This is a conference that we have been talking about for the last few months, actually from last year. We started having this conversation of a green conference, and it is such a delight to see it happening this morning. Congratulations, and that's the way to go. Thank you so much also our exhibiting partners who are with us this morning. Without you, this Green Conference and Career Fair could not have been complete. You indeed make it complete. And I would like to even say that all the exhibiting partners are aligned to our core mandate at the Faculty of Engineering. Like the rest of the faculties, we are 10 faculties at the University of Nairobi. We have some mandates. First and foremost, there's a teaching and learning, which is the core business of the university, where we engage with students. And that's the pure classroom where you just come to class, teach, and go. But we go beyond that and do research and innovation. And this conference is a true example of what our students are able to do, are able to put together. They have done a lot of research. They have been quite innovative, and they have set the pace not only for other faculties, but also for staff and everybody else. That's the way to go. We also have a mandate on consultancy and community service. I would like to congratulate once again the Engineering Students Association and the 5 professional bodies that are within the 5 departments of the Faculty of Engineering. They have been very, very active, and they have been aligned to all the mandates that I have talked about. I also feel very proud to state that as the dean, wherever I am asked by students to host a conference, they may not know, but the first thing I pull out is their academic performance. And I'm very proud to say that they are able to do very well in their academics and also to participate in this kind of conferences and other community services. I also feel quite thrilled when I look at our speaking and exhibiting partners. They come from across the board. We have National Employment Authority. These are the people we are looking up to absorb our students. Right now, we know in the world, not just in Kenya or in the developing countries, the biggest cry is for absorption of our graduates, young graduates, into the market. And here we are with a conference like this. It's very innovative and giving the students hope that there's still a lot out there they can do as a means of employment. The Kenya Space Agency is another one which I also feel very proud to be associated with. As a Faculty of Engineering, we have really been engaging, and this is an agency that is on the forefront in research and innovation. So you are in the right place. Not to mention many others like KenGen, KenTracker, Green Motion, KPLC, State Department of Agriculture, Electricity Sector Association of Kenya, Vivo Energy, e-bicycles, BAT and GIS, among others. So to our students, what as the Dean Faculty of Engineering, I'm giving you a thumbs up and encouraging you to interact, because herein lies the core center of what you expect to see in the market. Once again, thank you so much and welcome. And now I would like to read the speech of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Margaret Hutchinson. The Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Patrick Bakoyen. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Ayub Gitau, here presented by Professor Alfred Opere. all our speaking and exhibiting partners, distinguished guests, industry partners, again, esteemed faculty members and students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed an honor to stand before you today at this Green Jobs Career Fair and Conference, an event that brings together passionate minds dedicated to shaping a sustainable future. At the University of Nairobi, we recognize that the world is at the crucial juncture, one that demands urgent action in the transition towards green economies. The question before us is not if we should embrace sustainability, but how quickly and effectively we can do so. We live in a time where the demand for green skills and sustainable innovations is rising exponentially. The green economy is not just an alternative, it is the future of work. From renewable energy and climate-smart agriculture to circular economies and sustainable infrastructure, green jobs will define the employment landscape of tomorrow. This conference serves as a bridge between our talented students and the industries leading this transformation. To our students, I urge you to take full advantage of this opportunity, engage with industry leaders, ask the critical questions, and envision how you can be part of the solution. Your education is not just about acquiring knowledge, it is about applying it to solve real-world challenges. The skills you develop today will determine the impact you make tomorrow. And to our industry partners, your collaboration with academia is essential. Universities serve as the breeding ground for innovation and research, but it is through strong partnerships with industry that these ideas translate into impactful solutions. Let us work together to create opportunities, mentorship programs, and internships that empower young professionals to thrive in the green economy. The role of policy and governance in this shift cannot be overlooked. Governments, institutions, and the regulatory bodies must create enabling environments that support green entrepreneurship, research, and investment. I commend the Office of Career Services and Engineering Students Association for bringing together policymakers, researchers, and industry experts to have these critical conversations. The main aim of the Green Jobs Career Fair is to expose students and graduates to emerging trends and opportunities in the green economy space that revolves around renewable energy, green buildings, clean transportation, water, waste, and land management. This Green Conference and Career Fair further elaborates sectors in the green economy, which include agriculture, energy resources, construction, fishing, forests and wildlife, water management, and industries. As we engage in discussion today, let us remain committed to the larger goal, that is a world that is not just economically prosperous, but also environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive. The future belongs to those who dare to innovate, collaborate, and act. I thank you all for your participation, and I look forward to the insights and solutions that will emerge from this conference. Together, we can build a future where green jobs are not just a career choice, but a driving force for sustainable development. It is now my great pleasure to officially declare this Green Conference and Career Fair officially open. Professor Margaret Hutchinson, Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sigila Mumenya. Thank you so much, and for every speaker who's come before her. A round of applause for all of them, kindly. I would just like to reiterate what most of the speakers have been talking about. It is for us, all of us to be conscious about the commitment to ensure environmental sustainability. And the careers offices, an applause to you, of course, for putting together this career fair. It is an opportunity for students and graduates, just as the Dean has mentioned, for them to see how best they fit in, how well do they answer the question of economic and environmental sustainability. So thank you so much. And with that, at this point, allow me to welcome on stage our chief guest. He is an electrical engineer by training who currently works as a technical manager at the Global Trade Center, popularly GTC. He has experience working on project designs as a design manager at Avic International Real Estate Kenya Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me welcome onto stage Mr. Chen Yu Hui.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, students, and industry leaders. It is an honor to stand before you today at the Green Conference 2025, a platform dedicated to shaping the future of energy, adaptation, and policy. I commend the University of Nairobi and all the organizers for fostering this crucial dialogue, ensuring that young minds actively energy and in the journey towards sustainability. At GTC, sustainability is not just a commitment. It is an integral part of our identity. From construction to operation, we have prioritized the eco-conscious practice. Our building materials and energy-efficient designs reflect our decision to reducing environmental impact through innovative waste management system, water recycling, and energy efficiency lighting. We ensure that our establishment operates with minimal ecological footprint. Beyond the fracture, GTC envision a future where sustainability is embedded in daily living and business. Our integrated space, hospitality, office workspace, residences, and retail are designed to optimize energy use and promote green lifestyle. We believe that the building environment must harmonize with nature, not compete against it. The conversations at this conference could not be more timely. As Kenya moves towards industrialization, balancing energy affordability and sustainability is paramount. Discussions around power purchase agreements, grid interconnection, and alternative energy source are vital to shaping a resilient energy future. At the same time, adaptation strategies from sustainable construction to waste reduction must be scaled to ensure our city remain livable in the face of climate change. But none of this is possible without robust policy frameworks that supports green investment, incentives, innovation, and create an enabling environment for sustainability driving industries. As GTC, we align ourselves with these ambitions. Our vision is to be more than a commercial hub. We strive to be a symbol of excellence, innovation, and sustainability. We stand ready to collaborate, share insights, and contribute to a greener Kenya. To the students here today, you are the future architects of change. This conference is more than just a dialogue. It is an initiation to take action, to innovate, and to push the boundaries of what is possible. Together, industry and academia can bridge the gap between ideas and implementation, research and real-world application. Let's use this platform to forge meaningful partnerships and create targetable solutions. The path to sustainability is a collective effort, and by working together, we can turn vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. May I ask you to remain on stage, please, and take the farthest right seat. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him again as he takes his seat on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the next session. We are going to have a rapid-fire question session, which will be moderated by Ms. Hilda Teko. Ms. Hilda Teko is a final year civil and construction engineering student who is passionate about sustainability, transportation, and optimization. She is the founder of Produce Pal, a grocery ordering and delivery platform connecting consumers to fresh produce from open-air markets. Beyond engineering and entrepreneurship, Hilda is also a graphic designer and an experienced panel moderator, facilitating impactful conversations on key industry topics. To join that panel, allow me to introduce and invite on stage Dr. Brian Mwangi, who is the head of marketing at the Global Trade Center. A round of applause for Dr. Brian Mwangi as he goes on stage. A round of applause for him as he gets there to encourage him to be a little bit faster if he can. Please. Thank you so much. May you please enjoy the session.
Good morning, everybody. We're talking sustainability, so in line with that, I'd like to just straight into the questions. To Sachen, how does GTC ensure that we don't compromise on looking good and being good? That is, being luxurious as well as being sustainable.
Hello. Actually, for GTC, our sustainability, because we are the how can I say it? It's a big complex, right? So actually, our purpose is to establish a project that you live here, you work there, and you hang out there. So in this case, you will not use your car, right? You will not use your car or sorry, maybe Brian, you can help me. English is a challenge for me.
So thank you very much. I think English is not a challenge. So basically, as Mr. Cheng has said, so GTC being a one-stop solution kind of a platform, having been a mixed-use kind of a concept. So what we do there is that once you get into GTC, you don't need to move out. So in terms of like energy consumption, it is top-notch. Number two, we are also making sure that we use energy in terms of like having the current charging system vehicles, which is now something that we are putting into practice among other practices. Yeah.
With that, I'll go back to you again. While you're doing all of that, what is the biggest challenge? You know, we have big buildings that may have big emissions, you have big challenges. What can you say is the biggest challenge in trying to make GTC sustainable?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. So when it comes to big buildings, we have so many challenges, but just I'll mention 2 areas. One is energy conservation, which now entails, that is water, and also part of the garbage, which is hard garbage and the soft garbage. When it comes now to water conservation, you find that most of the big buildings, they waste their water. They don't do recycling of the water, which now goes into waste. That's number 1. Number 2, you come to air conditioning. You find that most of the big buildings, they don't actually emulate or they don't go green. And thereby, you find that these big buildings, they waste a lot of energy when now it comes to the structural work that has already been put into place. Like in our case, we conserve by having solar in place. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chair. Not the same question, maybe a different one, picking from your introductory speech. You had mentioned working in some government institutions and all of that process. What do you think maybe the government, what should be the golden carrot? What do you think should be done? Maybe a policy or an incentive to help develop engineers like yourself to make your development easier? Is there anything that you think would help that should be done? Maybe you can just give a yes or no. If you feel maybe it's satisfactory or not.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll chip in as well. Proceed, Mr. Chen, kindly. So basically what I would maybe look into, the government should call into by first training the people and showcasing the need for having a conservation of the energy part of it. That is a big thing that should happen. And I take this platform as a very good platform, whereby we are starting from a very low point, whereby we are teaching the students. And we are having industry and technical people coming to talk to the students. And that's where you start. Because when you start from top, it's not going to create much of an impact. But as a government, when now it comes to training, it should start from schools, whereby we encourage the students and teach them how to do the same. That would be the best. Because when you grow a tree, you don't start from top, you start from the bottom. Thank you.
Maybe to rally back on you as well again. When you're trying to sell to clients, do they actually care about sustainability in the buildings, or they just look for the tallest, biggest, shiniest towers?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question when it comes now to marketing part of it. So you find that when somebody is buying our property and any other property across board, you find that most of the clients that we have, they are divided into regions. So you have the Asians, we have the Americans, we have the Africans, and we also have the other regions across the globe. You find that people who are from the West, they are actually into the conservation part of it. That's when I'm selling to a person, the client will ask me, is your building green? Do you have certain specification? Now, if you meet such specifications or such certifications, the client might actually not buy your building, because to them, it is not green at all. The other case is that you find most of the clients, when they look into green building, they are looking into solar. Are you conserving your energy? Or maybe you are wasting the energy the whole day. The other thing is that you also want to understand, apart from having the solar system, do you have any other green parts in your building? Like in our case in GTC, we have gone an extra mile, whereby we have a ROE-coated grass, whereby you don't get a lot of heat inside, meaning that you don't need to have an AC inside the building. Then number 2, we've also put into use the breathable curtains, such that when you check into GTC tower, you don't have windows coming from outside, but we have a breathable curtain whereby you can just have air getting into the building without opening the windows, because now those is sort of also maybe a risk that might maybe come up when you have the windows.
Okay, so sustainability is good both for the climate and the bank, the money.
You hit it on the top of the nail.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, not to lock you out of the conversation, do you feel there's anything to add to what you said or previously?
Actually, the thing is for sustainability. for our system, we use the water recycle system and all of solar heating system. For these ones, also can reduce the cost of our property management. So even this is also an advantage of a benefit for our clients. So they really, really love these systems. Yeah.
Okay, so everybody loves it. Everybody is happy. Climate is happy. Everybody is happy.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. In this room, we have future architects, future engineers, future developers. What green building practice do you think they probably should pick up or start learning about? That goes to you, Dr. Brian.
So there are various things that they can pick into. First of all, I would maybe put much emphasis on the solar system. That now goes without saying, whereby now you see that in our case, we have at times whereby we have run out of electricity. But assuming that you have put this solar system into system, it's going to help a lot. Number two, it's actually conserving or even putting water recycle into practice. That's another case. Then number three, the type of material that we are going to use. Because at the long run, if you use materials which are not supporting or going green, it is going to be a thing that is going to be of waste, and more so when it comes to resources.
So when we are talking sustainability, you mentioned that clients do come in and they look for projects that have been sustainable, and they're more likely to come and maybe purchase or rent or whatnot. That's on the money coming inside. Are there any benefits to sustainability? Do you save costs when you go sustainable, when you go green, or is it just some PR talk?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. So initially, the cost that you use as you do construction, part of it, it's a bit higher. But in the long run, you reduce the cost because now you already have the systems in place. So that's why we would still, it's not a PR per se, but all we tell the people, all what we are saying in this platform and other platforms is let's try and go green. It's of benefit to us and to our future generations.
Okay, so it's a great investment. Engineer Cheng, what sustainable innovations do you maybe see coming in the future, or do you think maybe could be implemented later on, or what advice would you give these young ones to start reading about? You could just give an advice. Being an engineer, there are very many engineers in the room, maybe what they should start looking at, apart from what he's just mentioned.
Actually, I think for young people, they have new ideas, and also, I mean, this world changes very rapidly, and if you have some new ideas, you can try your best to sorry, Mr. Brian, you can help me to, yeah.
Could you help him, or we could have?
We discussed, right?
Or it's okay. I think I'd like for the students to maybe ask. Maybe I'll take 2 questions from them. They could ask, and actually from there, I think the advice will come better because you'll understand what they want. Yeah, because it will be more directed. So I don't know from our students. I don't know if you have Linda or Muchemi around with the mic. Do we? Linda? Muchemi? Or, okay, if there's a student who has a question and they're bold enough, brave enough to be the first popcorn seed to pop. You know, when you're cooking popcorns, it's one popcorn seed that pops and then suddenly everything starts to pop. So if there's a student nearby who'd like to ask a question and they feel like their lungs are sufficient, you could just shout your question as the mic gets to you. Anyone? You can ask policy, sustainability, energy. Yes?
Any takers? Allow me, please.
So I believe that GTZ is a forefront for. Sorry? I believe that GTC is the forefront for selling the energy solutions, so the sustainable solutions for energy. And one of the issues that was raised is that it's also government-led, I believe. So usually when you're talking about sustainable solution, it's either in a government-led solution or a local solution. So it's less impact using local materials, local solution, local labor than the government solution, because that takes a really long time to get to most people.
As he's looking up his question, maybe if there's anyone else who needs to ask, you can raise up your hand so that the mic might come to you.
Second thing was, you mentioned about the solar being one of the ways you're providing these green solutions. And the question was, how really green is these sort of solutions to sustainability, like solar? Now you're talking about the minerals that are used to make solar, and they're impacting the nation, like, say, I think, is it Congo, where they're mining minerals and it's impacting the environment. The other thing is that you mentioned that energy is the number one thing to solve for. So we're talking about an industry that's being led by oil and gas, and transitioning from oil and gas to green solution like electricity is going to impact probably $1 trillion industry. How are we solving for this transition to ensure that it's just not going to fail, since this is a really large industry we're trying to disrupt? Thank you.
Maybe let me just summarize this question. You could just give like a few second response, because I understand we said we are going to be sustainable with our time we think has elapsed. So basically he's asking, how efficient is solar? Because you have to mine the minerals to make the solar system. How efficient is it? And the second question, part of his question was, how sustainable is it to keep this going? Yeah.
So Patrick, that's a good question. So to start with, I would like to handle your question by giving, or maybe giving you an insight, whereby going green is something that is actually, which is some sort of new thing in the market. Because initially, as you've said, initially it used to be gas and oils. Now we are going green. This is something that is going to attract some costs in it, which is going also to have some high cost implications in it. But at the moment, we also understand that we have actually been into global warming, which has actually affected the resources. Thereby, we are encouraging people through all the means that the government is trying, and also the private practitioners and stakeholders in the market. So that's why we are actually looking into it as a different thing by having such a forum or a platform, just to encourage and talk to people, let them understand first from where this whole thing is coming from. So basically, it's about first training people and showing the need before now we move into the next phase. The other one is that, as you mentioned, Congo in the discussion, you find that this is an area whereby, in terms of minerals, there is going to be a cost implication in it. This one now, we are actually calling into private investors, private practitioners to come into space, and also the young engineers with new skills and new knowledge, as you people are seated here. So we need you in the market. We need you to come into space, bring all the new ideas into the market, just to save this space and time as well.
One last question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian Erimo Maina, a soon-to-be mechanical and manufacturing engineering graduate from Egerton University, and I'm going to pick from where Dr. Mwangi has left off. Given the room is full of soon-to-be graduates, what entry levels or graduate programs does your company, GTC, offer for young engineers interested in sustainable advancements?
So thank you very much. That's a good question. So maybe to start with, we as GTC, a private practitioner in place, we have actually come in and we are partnering with Nairobi University in the engineering sector and more so in the real estate college. So we are having an MOU with you people whereby we shall now be giving internships to come and try and share the information we have. We have our engineers who've been in the market or who have been practicing for the longest time possible. Like in my case, I have known Mr. Chen, who is a think tank. I can refer him as a think tank. So when these Nairobi University students come in, they are going to meet the technocrats, the engineers, like the case of Mr. Chen. This way now we are able to shed more information, and we are also able to tap into the energy that the students have. Number two, we are also looking into having internships, and that's something that we are already doing, we've started doing, and that's why we as GTC, we would like to impact the society, starting from Nairobi University students, whereby somebody should learn from GTC and actually grow from GTC. After this, for those who are going to have a chance to visit our booth, we have a form whereby we shall fill in, and for those who are lucky enough, would be getting a chance to come and get more information from GTC. We also encourage people to come and visit GTC, and actually we've also planned a visit this next week for those students to come to GTC, and we shall take them through from scratch till the way we've put the project where it is now. So when those students come, we are going to be very lucky to have met or to meet these engineers, whether it's MEP, electrical, or whichever part of the engineering system. So I think I'll leave it at that. And I also encourage students. I was also a student like you, but it's through another person that the talent I have today was seen. And that's why we are telling the students, don't fear. There is still a lot. The market is not flooded. People might think that the market is flooded, but it is not. So I still encourage the students. There is still a lot that we can do. Bring those ideas on. Thank you very much.
So students, if you have any further questions, you may go to their booth. There's a booth outside there. Thank you so much, Engineer Brian, for being the mouthpiece of this conversation. And as you've correctly accoladed Engineer Chen, who is a think tank, a man of few words, but definitely not lacking in knowledge. So thank you so much for this. I believe you're to remain on stage for your gifts, and yes, so I'll wait for further direction.
Okay, thank you so much. Kindly let's offer a warm round of applause for our guest today. Thank you so much to Dr. Brian Mwangi and Engineer Chen. Thank you so much for the insights you've shared here today. And I hope for the students, you've had the call to action. Please do not be afraid to bring forth your innovative projects. They are what we need to sustain our environment. Are we clear? Yes, so at this point, allow me to invite on stage the chair of the Engineering Students Association, Rahma Anuro. Kindly come onto stage. We want to gift our guests. So Ms. Rahma, kindly be on stage. Also, let's have Ms. Zena gifting Dr. Mwangi. And so these others could also be lining up. Let's have the Secretary General ESA, the Vice Chair ESA. Kindly just move close. Let's have the presence, please. Yes, it is a good tradition to show our appreciation to our guests by giving them something small, something they will remember us by, and something that will also be an incentive for them to come back next time and also walk this journey with us once more. So yes, Ms. Rahma Anuro, as she's gifting Engineer Chen, yes, thank you so much. A warm round of applause. And then Ms. Zena, as she gifts Dr. Brian Mwangi, thank you so much. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Then let me invite on to stage the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Professor Sifila Mumenya, kindly. We also appreciate you very much. We have to give you something small. As she also comes, let me also invite the Dean of Students, Mr. Johnson Ileri Kinywa, kindly come onto stage. Let me also invite Dr. Alfred Opere to come onto stage. We'd also like to award you. So let's have the Secretary General, Andrew Kiongo, awarding the Dean of Engineering, Professor Sifila Mumenya. A warm round of applause, kindly. Thank you, Dean, for being our North Star. Thank you so much. And then let's have the chairman for the Green Jobs Committee, Dr. Opere. Let's have Caleb Oira awarding him. Thank you so much. A warm round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then finally, let's have the Dean of Students being awarded by Natalia, the Vice Chair of the Green Jobs Conference Committee. Natalia, please. Thank you. A warm round of applause. So yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We hope you all feel appreciated. Kindly, let's move into the frame. We want to take a photo. We need to document this moment. Let's move into the frame. Guess I could join in. Cameraman, are you ready? Should we smile? Where should we look? Smile. Thank you. So just before you leave, let's have the rest of the ESSA organizing committee members and also the Green Jobs Conference organizing committee members joining us onto stage. Faster. Where are they? Let's let them join us on stage. They were a very consequential bit of organizing this conference, and we'd also love to have them in the photo session. Yes, Caxton and your team. Sandra, please join us onto stage. Are they all visible? Are they all in view? Or should they move closer? Okay. Get it. Okay. Make sure you can be seen. Okay, smile. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for them as they leave the stage and proceed to the VIP lounge. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor hosting you. It's been an honor as well listening to you and getting the insight. We hope that, guys, we are going to get a moment to interact and to learn. These as well are career fairs, Mr. Kinyo pointed out. So ensure you walk around, hover around like spirits with your CV. Try get a job where you can. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Kenya moves towards industrialization, one of the most pressing challenges we face is the high cost of power. How can we ensure that energy is not only sustainable but also affordable and accessible? Our first panel will delve into this critical topic, exploring power, purchase agreements, the role of private power producers, and the potential of nuclear energy. Let us welcome our esteemed panelists for the energy session. It is now my distinct honor to welcome on stage the CEO of ESSAC, Mr. George Auru, to the stage. Mr. George Aluru, please take your position on the stage. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. A sufficient round of applause as he comes on stage until he gets to his seat. Thank you so much. Next up, allow me to introduce the representative from Vivo Energy, Mr. Jeffrey Mbugwa, to as well come on stage. A round of applause for Jeffrey as he comes on stage. Makofi mpaka afike. Sasa akiamua pia kurudi, tutazidisha makofi. Welcome, gentlemen. May I ask you, Mr. Mbugwa, to take the seat? Yes, on the far right. And now to moderate this session, it is my distinct honor to welcome on stage Ms. Daisy Jelagat, who is a geospatial engineering student passionate about climate action and youth involvement through climate tech. Through climate tech communities and geospatial storytelling, she has explored technology's role in shaping green energy's development in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the session.
Good morning, everyone. So my roundtable is about empowering the future, building energy generation capacity, and nurturing prosumers in Kenya's green energy transition. So Kenya has made significant strides in renewable energy with over 80% of our electricity generated from clean sources. That is very commendable. However, as demand grows, we must ask, how do we scale up generation, integrate prosumers, and ensure energy security for the future? Each of my panelists plays a crucial role in shaping this landscape. So today we will explore strategies, opportunities, and challenges in Kenya's green energy transition. So let's begin. Could you each share your perspective on the current state of Kenya's green energy landscape, highlighting key achievements in each of the sectors that you represent?
I don't know if it's morning yet. I represent the energy industry through Vivo, and that is basically the Shell brand that you see. So in terms of the green energy development in Kenya, we've seen a lot of initiatives on solar, which had been mentioned before. So that is decentralized energy, basically having supply of energy through decentralized sources. Again, we've also seen new areas of consumption, specifically areas like electric mobility, which is very rampant here in Kenya. So that also, from the demand sides, creates new sources of demand for energy. And also that will help in building the capacity for electricity in Kenya.
Good morning. I believe it's still morning. My name is George Aluro. As has been said, I am the CEO of the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya. We are an association of private sector investors in electricity. So those building power plants that sell power to Kenya Power, or those that build power plants that sell directly to consumers, what we call CNI or captive power. So in terms of the question itself, I think there's been a lot that has been achieved in Kenya. We've seen a lot of renewable power plants built. Just the statistics you mentioned is also right. 80% of what is installed on the grid right now is renewable energy. And also, actually, of the amount that is actually dispatched to supply us with the electricity we are using here, 95%, mostly during off-peak hours, is actually renewable. So the bulk of what is being used is the renewable part of the installed capacity. We've seen wind farms, we've seen solar farms. Now we have, I think, 425 megawatt of wind, something like 240 or thereabouts of solar in different plants. And we also have geothermal, which is, I think, closing into about a gigawatt. We're almost at 1 gigawatt of geothermal, which is, I think it's a very big achievement for a country. Not so many countries actually have that level of diversification of renewable energy sources supporting their grid. You find most of the countries that have a big renewable energy installation, it's usually big hydro plants and old big hydro plants. In Kenya, unfortunately, we don't have that much water. So we have more or less built all the big hydros that we could have built. And now we need to diversify into other sources. And that's how come the mix has been that way. I think that kind of captures where we've gotten to in terms of renewable energy.
So what you've spoken about is leading to my next question, right? So Kenya, in terms of renewable energy, we are up there considering other African countries and our neighboring countries. Like Tanzania has about 30% of their energy being renewable, Uganda about 50%. So as Kenya, we are somewhere, right? However, our electrification rates are not the same with our green energy rate, right? So I'd like us to talk about, you've mentioned diversifying our energy portfolio. 50% of our energy comes from geothermal. So on decentralized grid systems, I'd like to ask, what are the main barriers hindering the full adoption of decentralized energy generation, and how can they be addressed, especially in rural areas, to close this gap on electrification rates?
I think I can start. Yeah, so first, let's not kind of see that electrification must only be either centralized or decentralized. I think we have such a big problem as the African continent in terms of people not having electricity, which is, I think the number is 800 million Africans living without electricity. So anything will do. For me, if you have centralized, you give them. If you have decentralized, we do it. Now, specifically on decentralized, Kenya itself, we've done pretty well, I think, since the beginning of the Uhuru government. That's about 15 years ago when we started this last mile electrification thing. And I think the access numbers at that point were something like 18% or 20-something. Now we are 80-something. So there's been a lot of change. But still, you know, the way you supply electricity, you have to make sure it makes economic sense. So it doesn't make economic sense to like build a transmission line 50, 60, 70 kilometers into a village, and then in the village you find there's only light bulbs and very, very little consumption. The electrical engineers know about system losses, power losses on lines and things like that, so it's not economical. Now that's where decentralized approaches come in hand. You do mini grids, you do even solar home systems, though in the end you will have to upgrade them to something that gives them enough supply to do some economic activity. So the challenge has been that when you go deep into the rural areas where the main grid has not reached, you find that you have populations that are sparsely distributed. Let's say like most of northern Kenya, there are no major population clusters. So while you can capture the clusters with mini grids, and these mini grids can be running on solar and some diesel, or if there's a river close by, you do a small mini grid on hydro. But now when you have a very wide geographic area and people sparsely distributed, then again, it doesn't make sense to do a mini grid. Now you also have to think of solutions like a small solar operation that serves like 50 people, microgrid, more or less. Or even smaller than that, if you find that you have, let's say, 40,000 acres and you only have 500 residents and they're not clustered in a town, they're all over the place. So this has been the bulk of the challenges. But I saw, if you guys saw the news yesterday, there was a signing ceremony by the president of the COSAP, Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Program. So there are some mini grids that will be built under this program funded by the World Bank that will then allow us to reach more people. So it's really more about which is the best solution to best in terms of not only the technical design, but also the economic implication, like how much will that power cost, how much will it cost us to get that power to them, and then you choose a solution that works.
Yeah, I think generally it's just about building resilience, right? Having the less vulnerable, making our electricity less vulnerable to outages, right? So I'd like to, you've talked about solar, and I'd like to get your opinion, right, on how Vivo Energy is investing in or supporting decentralized energy solutions, especially solar for industrial and commercial use.
Yeah, so Vivo Energy, if I can give a bit of background on it. So we supply energy to industrial clients in different forms, from oils that are the traditional oil industry, and also in the solar space. We also do C&I for C&I kind of projects for our industrial clients. So over the years, as the technology has developed, we've taken two approaches to solarize our internal operations. So when you visit our depots and our sites, most of them are powered by solar. In addition, we offer solar as a service to our industrial clients as a way to support them to, first of all, be sustainable and also reduce their energy costs. So those are the two aspects in terms of support for the industry.
So Vivo Energy has traditionally been associated with petroleum products, right? But we're seeing a shift towards cleaner energy solutions. Is there a particular reason for this? Of course, climate change considered, right? But what are the key reasons that is driving this transition?
For the first reason that has been discussed deeply is on sustainability and also on climate change. And if I can also add to it, the thing about sustainability is about securing your future. And being in this industry, the resources that we provide are also limited, and they continue to be costly as the year goes by. So it's not something that will be sustainable, in addition to the environmental issues that we've discussed. The second point for us is about maintaining our customers, in the sense of as the years goes by, as technology changes, as these initiatives become more mainstream, you, the customer, or me, the customer, we will change with our preferences. So you'd find the customer will want to go to a place that is, as the GTC guys were discussing, a place that is powered by solar. They'll want to drive an electric vehicle and the like. So for us, it's about transitioning with the preferences or the choices of our clients, so that we are not just an oil company. It can also be seen in the name. It's energy, Vivo Energy. So it's about providing various options to the clients as they develop in their preferences.
Okay. Thank you for your response. So we're going to talk about policy before we get into the future, what the future looks like for Kenya. So my question will go to you, Mr. George. As a body representing Kenya's electricity sector, what policies or regulatory frameworks are in place to encourage the integration of prosumers? And prosumers, for those who are not aware, is production while consuming, in terms of households and businesses that generate their own power. So yeah, the policies and frameworks.
So we have the main one is the net metering regulation. So that one, when you are already, let's say, installed a solar plant on your facility, or hydro, or whatever other technology you're using that's renewable, you are now able to kind of sell your excess back to Kenya Power, and Kenya Power will give you 50% of what you've given them as a kind of a refund of sorts. Yeah, the number looks small, but let me tell you, for most of people who have solar on their rooftops, when you reach a weekend or in periods where you are not producing, that system has to be curtailed. You stop producing just because there's no demand. So now you are able to pump that power back to the grid, and then Kenya Power later will give you 50% of it back, which will help you to actually improve the economics of the solar that you have on your rooftop. Of course, in Kenya, we do allow the whole concept of prosumers, that you can actually put in your own solar or whichever other technology and generate for yourself. and at the same time be able to sell. If you reach a certain capacity, so all this has to happen below 1 megawatt. If you go above 1 megawatt, now you're kind of considered a power producer. So that in that sense, you'll have to go the PPA route. The other thing that maybe might be interesting, we are in the process of changing the way the Kenyan market is designed to allow for what we call a wholesale market, which means you can go and sell power 1 hour in advance in some sort of stock exchange. So Kenya Power tells you, or whoever is in the market that has demand, tells you that I will need X amount of power between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. tomorrow. Today you go to the market, and because you have your solar installed or your wind or your hydro, and you know tomorrow you'll have that capacity in excess, you go to the market and they bid, they give you a bid, and you also give an offer price. Then where demand and supply meets, you agree on a price, tomorrow you sell to them. This will be useful for prosumers, especially industrial prosumers who then maybe have bigger installations. So yeah, these two I think will be the most interesting ones.
I think that's encouragement for people to adopt more of green energy, right? Like you're killing two birds with one stone. One, we are meeting our green energy targets, and two, we are providing a source of income in a way, right? Yeah, so what policy shifts or economic incentives will be effective in encouraging large-scale renewable energy investments in Kenya as a large-scale producer of energy in Kenya?
Yeah. In terms of policy, I think the main objective of any policy in supporting an industry is to, at least in the first years, to subsidize basically the cost of production of a particular good. So in this case and in the previous years, we saw there were, for example, items like solar panels, the batteries and the like. There was zero rated at the point. And then also the duties, importation duties was reduced. And then again, there's a lot of encouragement for local production. So these are some of the areas in terms of policy that can support, that's okay. So these are some of the areas that in terms of industry, in terms of policy that can support the industry. So basically reducing the taxation from a duties perspective and the VAT. Then supporting local production. Local production is very relevant, especially for this discussion on green jobs, because the subsidies that we provide for the industries or the companies in this industry will enable them to set up institutions, factories, and the like locally, and then you can create the green jobs that we're talking about. Yeah.
So in this transition, I feel like I have to ask, given the ongoing push for green energy, how do you see the role of fossil fuels evolving in Kenya's energy mix over the next decade? And in my own personal research, I've come across people who are saying that we should now use our fossil fuels to drive innovations around green energy for a more sustainable future. So what happens to our oil reserves, our natural gas?
The question of energy, I think, is about what is available, and also what level of investment any other particular decision might take. So what I mean by that is that currently the fossil fuels are being used to drive a lot of movement, for example, in the transportation sector. And currently the innovations or the technology in the transport sector, they are not as advanced to replace, for example, fossil fuels immediately and the like. So it is basically what transition means. It's a transition. So it is something that will be happening step by step. And then it's something that will take also a lot of involvement from industry, from academia, from the government and the like. And particularly for academia is about the research in making these technologies come into fruition earlier or sooner, then people can transition. For example, if I can mention an industry like the airline industry, there's no solution that allows for them to be sustainable. So it can only happen then in the future. So that's what we mean, that now it will be an aspect of transition, and then it will happen gradually. Yeah.
So you've mentioned the future. Let's get into that. So both of your companies are at the forefront of Kenya's renewable energy generation. So what strategies are you employing to scale up capacity while maintaining sustainability?
Yeah, so just quick one, let me also respond to the question you had asked him. I think there will still be some role for fossil fuels, whether, plastics, this is fossil fuel, like plastics, petroleum jelly. There's so many things that we use that are actually fossil fuels. And also in itself, renewable energy, the way wind and solar work, you will still need some sort of plant that is on hot standby waiting to support it. And a lot of that in the developed world is done by natural gas. So there'll still be some role until we figure out a way to actually make the energy we get out of renewable energy, and especially varying renewable energy, which is wind and solar, similar to what we get from a conventional plant. You will still need some fossil fuel, and I think that's what he's saying, the transition. In terms of now, the second question, what are we doing? Again, it's making people understand what it would imply cost-wise, the investments we need on the grid. Like we need to do a lot of investment in transmission to allow for power to move from point A to point B. And usually where you find the good resources of renewable energy, it's not where the populations are, unfortunately. Like for instance, Lake Turkana wind farm is 425 kilometers from Suswa, where the main substation where the power goes to is. So we will need a lot more investment in transmission, in strengthening our grids to be able to take the kind of power that we are now getting from renewable energy. So right now there's a lot of effort. I think all of us, if you live in this country, you heard about Adani and those deals around the airport and the transmission lines. The investments in transmission are now a lot more important than the investments in generation. So that unlocking the transmission system and the strength of the grid at the distribution level will now allow for more renewable energy to be built.
Yeah, so I think George, if I can pick up from where he said, is talking about the supply side investments from generation to transmission. For us, our investments would fall into the demand side, which we've done quite in a substantial way. Specifically, we are investing in our stations to be a destination. And this I mean to offer more services to our customers that are also green in nature. So, for example, you'll find that nowadays stations have more offers, from food offers, from their KFCs and the like. And then there's also a lot of delivery business with the bodas and the like. So we'll find that in our stations, we've set up swapping stations for electric bodas so that we support the industry of food delivery and the normal boda. So we invest heavily in that charging infrastructure for electric bodas, as well as public buses and the normal motor vehicles.
I like how you've used local examples to help us understand where we are at and where we are going. So my question now goes to ESAC, Mr. George. As Kenya moves towards interconnecting regional power pools, what role will cross-border electricity trade play in stabilizing our green energy transition?
I think it will play a big role. I also try and just go quickly into an example. At night, most of our peak demand happens at night. And this time when all of us go back home, we switch on our fridges, our TVs. You guys also come into the hostels and all your coils are on, you're boiling water. So at that time, the demand for electricity just shoots. And in Kenya, we have a certain capacity of power that we can produce at an instant. It might not be enough at that time, especially because all our solars are off at night, of course. So we pull a lot of hydro from Ethiopia, from Uganda, and also from Tanzania since December. So this is an immediate example of how these regional interconnections are important, and they allow us to maybe delay investments in Kenya. If we didn't have that connection with Ethiopia, with Uganda, now with Tanzania, at night we would have to load shed maybe like 250 megawatts. Every night we'll have to take out some demand that is 250 megawatts because we don't have enough supply. But because we are connected to Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanzania, we are able to do that. And again, the weather patterns in these countries sometimes differ. So you might be having a drought in Ethiopia and a flooding in Kenya. At that time, Kenyan hydros are doing better. Ethiopia is suffering. Now power can flow in the other direction. So regional pooling, power pooling in general, allows you to only use the most efficient resources to supply the consumer. Remember, the whole point of us doing this electricity sector is to actually get power to the consumer. It's not just to build power plants. So we are trying to be in the most efficient way in terms of cost, supply the consumer. And power pools will help us to do that.
Okay, so my next question was going to be on international partnerships being leveraged to financing and capacity building, but I think you've covered that by talking about our power pools as different countries together. So we'll get to the next section, which personally I'm very excited for, nuclear energy. So nuclear energy is a powerful and often controversial topic. So personally, I believe nuclear is the future. And that for nations in the global south, including Kenya, exploring nuclear energy as a viable alternative energy source is crucial for our development and to close the gap with industrialized nations. So you've seen how countries like France, facing energy crisis in the previous century, I believe in the 1950s or 60s, the oil crisis, they strategically invested in nuclear power, and that is an investment that is paying today, right? So considering the urgent need to address climate change and energy security, and with increasing power demand and Kenya's ambition to become a middle-income country, do you believe nuclear is a missing piece in our energy strategy, or should we double down to expanding renewables?
I think you can start.
I think the question of nuclear energy globally and also locally, there are always proponents and opponents of nuclear energy for various reasons, political, safety, and the like. I wouldn't pick a side, really. For me, I would look at it in terms of where Kenya is and what resources we have currently. So our case in Kenya, we have geothermal, which is unique. Very few other countries are able to have such a resource. So it is, for me personally, it's a question of if I have another resource that I can exploit, and then it can still give me the energy, because the thing of nuclear is it requires heavy investments Also, the technical requirements in terms of developing is also substantial. And thirdly, the time it takes to build a nuclear plant is also significant. So when I evaluate in that kind of aspect, I would think it would be the other sources that we are endowed with, the geothermals, the wind and the like, would be a worthwhile, for example, investment to secure our future, because even those other sources are also renewable. Yeah.
I think I'll just continue from where and I agree with everything you said. When the nuclear idea came up in Kenya, apologies. The idea came up in Kenya, it was mostly framed around us guaranteeing our supply at the point where we have exhausted the geothermal resources. So you'll see in the earlier plans of that nuclear project, it was set for 2030 something, 36, 2040, maybe now, but the initial ones were like 2040. And the thought was that we would have developed our economy to such a scale that by 2034, our demand would be 20 gigawatts. Today, our demand is still 2,300 and something. Our potential in geothermal is 10 gigawatts. We are already experiencing geothermal. We have companies drilling and searching and all that. Geothermal is a renewable base load. Again, the other argument is base load. So nuclear is base load, geothermal is base load. Like for like almost in terms of base load. The other argument was the size of power plant. At that time, the idea was 1 gigawatt in one unit. Now the talk is more of modular reactors and maybe like 200 megawatt nuclear plant. The thing is, we must always come back to that question, what are we trying to do? We are trying to supply electricity. What resources do we have at hand right now? Let's maximize what we have. Again, I am also not for or against nuclear. If the economics and the technical work out, it's okay, we can do it. But we must first see what is the lowest hanging fruit for us. Which one will we invest the least and get the same kind of service that we want? So we shouldn't be pulled in the national argument of pro-nuclear. I think for us it's more important that we are pro getting our power, our citizens electricity to do the things they need to do, cheapest possibly.
So I have another question still on nuclear, but this is just about what first step should Kenya take towards that direction, right? So I've seen there have been protests in the coastal regions of Kenya where they had started, I don't know if it was projects or plans to develop nuclear reactors. So what should be our first step? Is it on education? Is it on raising awareness, so on and so forth?
I think a quick answer. The International Atomic Energy Agency has a stepwise process that you have to follow when you're developing nuclear. Kenya is already, I think, doing up to step 5 or something. Technical capacity. I know there are some nuclear engineers that are being trained here. Others were trained in Korea, I believe. There was an idea of also taking some to Russia. You need to build the technical capacity. And then you need to build the whole industry. Nuclear itself, you need to improve the capacity of your guys on the environmental side, not engineers. You need to do a lot of social engagement in the communities. I think this is what you're referring to. The communities, regardless of the technology, wind, solar, coal. I think if you remember, there was also an idea of a coal plant, and it was rejected by the host community. So the host communities will always be worried, what if these things blows up? What if there's a tsunami like in Fukushima and the reactor melts down? What would that be as an impact to us? So there's a lot of work also to be done just socially to make people understand what measures have you taken to ensure that these risks that I feel I'm exposed to because you want to build a power plant close to me, What have you done to ensure that you minimize or eliminate this kind of risks? So Kenya is already following that IEA stepwise thing. I think it takes 15 to 20 years to get to the last step where the IEA now says you guys are ready. And Kenya is somewhere on that path.
So we are coming to the closing of the session, right? And today's discussion with my panelists has highlighted the opportunities and challenges in Kenya's green energy transition, from regulatory reforms to infrastructure investments and emerging technologies. So it's clear that a multi-stakeholder approach is necessary, talking about integrating different partners. And as we move forward, we must ask ourselves, how do we ensure an inclusive, sustainable, and forward-looking energy future? So let's continue to have this conversation beyond this panel and work together toward actionable solutions. So I'd like to take this moment to ask the audience, do you guys have any questions on what we have discussed here? So I'm seeing 2 questions. Can we get microphones to them? So there's a lady there.
Good afternoon. My name is Salome from the Dan Kimathi University of Technology. So as we talk about green energy, green hydrogen is the new talk of the town, especially the hydrogen-powered electric vehicles as an alternative for battery electric vehicles and internal combustion engine vehicles. So my question is, how is your company positioning itself to leverage green hydrogen as part of its strategy for transitioning to cleaner energy solutions, particularly in the transport and industrial sectors? Thank you.
I can answer that. Yeah, so I think in the other sessions, there's a session on green hydrogen, and one of the development partners is heavy on that. But I'll mention from an industry perspective, there's a lot of capacity building on education on the same that is happening now. For Kenya's scope, we've not embraced green hydrogen at the moment because that is still under development. But for us, it is on the demand side of electrification for vehicles, which we have embraced heavily, specifically by setting up electric charging stations in our network.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hannah. I am a geospatial engineering student, and my question is, how can businesses balance profitability with sustainability? Because in as much as businesses want to adopt sustainable practices and develop greener solutions, how do they ensure that their profits are maximized and sustainability being a new concept in the industry? Thank you.
I think quickly, that is the question most businesses are asking. Like, to what extent do they, like, let's say, go green versus is the customer willing to pay for the additional cost of going green? So there's no perfect answer to what you're saying, you're asking. You need to just see what makes sense, depending on the business itself. Like, would you, Hannah, be willing to pay, let's say, 50 bob extra if you're going on a bus from point A to point B because the bus is electric? Would you as a customer be willing to pay that? And if not, if I'm the one owning the bus, Perhaps if I can find a solution that gives me 30 bob, the additional cost as 30 bob, and let's say the additional investment being like a hybrid where I have some fuel and some electric, and it costs you 30 bob, perhaps that is the solution that now you're willing to do. So the question itself really has to be specific to a certain industry. Yeah, that's how I would answer that. There's a question here.
Thanks so much for the informative session. Okay, my question is with regard to energy or power generation. I'd like to hear from the panelists about the viability of using coal to industrialize the country. Thank you.
This is viability of coal. Okay, I think from an economic perspective, in terms of the cost of production using coal, it's viable, and it has been used to power a lot of industry in China and South Africa and the like. But nowadays, and as economies grow, there are various aspects where when you look at viability, there is economic viability, social viability, and also environmental viability. So when you talk about any particular technology, it's not always about financial discussion. Case in point, as we were mentioning, there was a project in Lamu, the Lamu coal plant. It was economically viable, but also when you look at the social impact and the environmental impact of the project, then it's another issue in discussion. So I think it's the world we live in now, and also it's a call to all of us, because when you're talking about a project that is disruptive, for example, in your social areas and in your communities, as much as it benefits you, it will also have adverse impacts to you socially and environmentally. So that's what I would say. Financially or economically, yes, it is viable, but as you evaluate the other aspects that impact our lives, then that discussion will shift.
There was another gentleman with a question. I'm seeing right there.
Good afternoon. So I have several questions. My name is Graham Uma, a student of civil engineering, but with a keen interest in energy. So my first question is this. We've had a conversation on coal, right? And I just want you guys to make it make sense. Is it possible for us as a country, as Kenya, to actually become industrialized while we are green? Can we skip going through coal and still become an industrial nation? That will be the first question. The second question would be with regard to nuclear energy. First of all, the moderator, you've done an amazing job in terms of the research you've done. But my question is this. Forgive me to say, it could be hearsay, but there's a situation that is currently happening in northern Kenya, Kargi region. It's hearsay, as per the moment, whereby it is assumed or it's said that there was nuclear waste that was dumped there a few years ago. So many people are actually suffering from throat cancer because of the effects of consuming the water in that region. So right now, Kenya has a nuclear board, NUPEA, which was formerly KNEB, yeah? So we are trying to push for nuclear energy, not just us. Rwanda is also doing a is taking a big step towards going nuclear. They have a project hoping to generate, I don't know, 1 gigawatt or something. But the question is this: we as a country, are we ready to actually adopt nuclear energy by 2034? Because this project is something that is underway. 500 billion Kenyan shillings is said to be put for this project, right? So in terms of sustainability, is it something that we as a country, in terms of how we do our policies, how we implement policies, are we really ready for that? And the last question would be, why is our country focusing on putting these projects at the coastal region? We would say it's because of access to the sea in case we need to bring in anything. But why are we not taking these projects to the more isolated parts of the region of our country? Like, there are sparsely populated regions, especially northeastern. We are also developing there's a northeastern corridor in terms of road access that is going up there. Why are we as a country not trying to put these projects there so that we also open them in terms of economic growth? Yeah.
Let me start with the nuclear questions. Why are we doing it at the coast? There was a feasibility study. There's many factors you look into. One of them, you're saying access to the coast if you're bringing something. Another important one for them is accessing water, because nuclear is water cooled. So you need some sort of constant source of water, security concerns, and any other things related to how your staff will work. So there's a feasibility study that goes behind it. I think they had identified 3 options, somewhere close to Lake Victoria or Lake Turkana or at the coast. And for whatever reason, the option at the coast made more sense for them. So there's a whole thinking around site selection. And it's not only for nuclear. All power plants go through this kind of thinking. Things like logistics are very important, security, and depending on technology, if it's solar, it's the resource. If it's wind, it's still the resource. If it's in nuclear, it's the cooling water. So that's how I would assume it ended up as a coast. It's not like just they woke up and decided coastal Kenya. And then northeastern, yes, it's sparsely populated, but do you have water to cool these plants? So maybe that's a reason why you would move to where there's water. NUPEA, if you follow the Gazette notices that have come out, I think late last year, early this year, NUPEA is being abolished. They're abolishing NUPEA and they're sending it back as a department of the Ministry of Energy. But yes, the nuclear plan is still ongoing. The thing you're talking about, the hearsay about waste in northern Kenya, yes, there's that story, but what is clear, the main problem that people have with nuclear is that as a world, we haven't figured out how to handle the waste. So this is the main problem. Yes, there are solutions, like you dig a very, very deep hole in a very remote mountain, and you build more or less a bunker there, you store it, and you swallow the keys, and you bury it. This is one of the options that people have been doing. Or the Russians, I think they have like something like a swimming pool where you store the spent rods within the facility of the nuclear plant for ad infinitum. And you assume that your grandchild and the one that comes after that and the one that comes after that will know that this place is radioactive, and hopefully by then they call it the half-life, the potency of radiation will have reduced. So until the world figures out how to handle that, we will always be complaining about nuclear. Again, sometimes it's natural disasters like what happened in Japan, Fukushima. The nuclear technology itself is also very proprietary. People are keeping their cards close to their chest. The Chinese have their design, the French have their design, the Russians have their design, the Koreans have their design. Some say some other designs are not subject to like water creeping from the top, like the way the Japanese ones were. So until we figure out how to kind of control all the things that could happen, we will always be having complaints around nuclear. Can we industrialize without coal? It's possible. Now, the issue is always the cost. I think, as my colleague said, a lot of countries still run on coal. Germany itself runs like 30-something% on coal. They are retiring those coal plants slowly, as we are also like in the process of ramping up. We know the environmental concerns, and again, it's a very, I would say, difficult decision to find a middle ground where you're using energy that is cheap to industrialize. So you have to really look specifically at what your country has. Again, going back to his comment, if we have geothermal and we find a way to make geothermal as cheap as possible to produce, we prefer that because we know the environmental side of it is beneficial. Coal will be cheap economically, but the environmental side, you will have some consequences. Now, again, it's kind of a philosophical argument depending on the way a country thinks, and the government in power, and how they think. And like you see now, Trump is saying, let's continue and drill more oil. But the Europeans are more like, we will not fund any additional oil pipeline. And again, also funding. Coal itself, you might want to extract it, but if we do not have the hundreds of millions of dollars that will be required to actually build a plant, we will need to go out for banks. Banks these days have very stringent environmental reviews whenever you bring any kind of funding opportunity. So you will be unable to fund it, and that's also another consideration. But yeah, it's a hot potato kind of topic, especially now in the African continent, where we are trying to industrialize. We are not yet industrialized, and there's a feeling that we should use all these resources that we have to industrialize just the way the West did. But we also need to learn from what they did and the consequences that has brought to all of us, and see if there's a middle ground where we can have our industrialization, but we also take care of our environment.
So thank you so much to my panelists and to the audience for engaging me in this session. I think we have discussed everything that you were supposed to. So if you have any additional questions, you can email the companies that have been represented here. And I'm seeing an entire Vivo team here, so you can engage them as well. So that has been my time. I'm Daisy Jelagat, and I have been your moderator.
Thank you so much, Daisy. An even warmer round of applause for her. She's done a great job. And thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you so much for the insights you've shared on the journey of the green jobs and the energy sector, how far we've come and how far we still have to go. Allow me to invite on stage Imelda Maina to award Mr. Jeffrey Mbugwa. Thank you so much, Mr. Jeffrey Mbugwa from Vivo Energy. Thank you so much for all you've shared with us. Kindly a warm round of applause. Can I have the photographer, please? Thank you so much. Feel most welcome, and we appreciate you for being with us here today. So thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Daisy Jelagat. And at this point, I am going to request Mr. George Aluru to stay on stage with me as his presentation comes up. He's going to be speaking to us on the topic of electricity markets. So even as he sets up, I hope we are getting well and even more acquainted with today's topic. Okay, so just as the media team is setting up, as I was saying, I hope we are getting more and more acquainted with the conversation today. Again, the theme is energy, adaptation, and policy. I really want to thank you, the students, for putting our panelists to the task, asking them those, intriguing questions. It shows even your commitment. It shows that you're listening and you're really into the conference. So thank you for that. Mr. George Aluru, the stage is all yours.
Asante. So I won't need to introduce myself again, and I know you guys, I'm standing between you and lunch, so poleni sana. I'll try to make it as painless as possible so you don't get bored and fall asleep. So I am from the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya. We were founded in 2019. We have 48 members. As I said earlier, we are private investors in electricity, IPPs, CNI companies, law firms, and also financial advisories. Yeah, we work in power generation, in electricity markets, in captive power, which we call commercial and industrial, and also in transmission. That's what you are seeing on the left. You can go to the next one. We currently in Kenya, the IPPs contribute about a third of the power that is installed in the country, which is roughly, for our members, that is roughly 1 gigawatt. So we have about 410 megawatt in wind and 6 in solar, 35 in geothermal, and part of our membership is still the thermal plants. They're generating power based on heavy fuel oil, HFO. The flag is blocking me, but in CNI, we have about 530 megawatt installed in Kenya generally, and this is for those people doing captive power plants. We are basically working in advocacy. We do some media engagement just to inform. We do government engagements where as necessary. Stakeholder engagement, kind of what we are doing today, and also thought leadership. Yeah, I wanted to show you like how the traditional electricity market looks like. Today, it's kind of divided into policy, resource development, generation, transmission, distribution and retail, and you at the consumer level. So we at resource development, that is where we have GDC, NUPEA that we were discussing earlier, and also the Renewable Energy and Rural Electrification Corporation. Then at generation level, we have KenGen, then IPPs, then also REREC has some generation. They have a 50 megawatt solar plant in Garissa. Then when you move to the next step now, transmission is mostly dominated by KETRACO, the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, and Kenya Power still have some old lines that they still operate. And we also do some imports from Ethiopia, as I mentioned earlier. So there's the Ethiopian company responsible for that, the Tanzanian one and the Ugandan one also. And finally, at distribution, where you actually have most of the complaints, whenever power goes out, we all think of Kenya Power. Yeah? So Kenya Power is actually at the very tail end of this entire system. Then, of course, for those who are not within the Kenya Power system, you can also be served by a mini grid. It can be private. It can be also, Kenya Power also does have some mini grids. And then now we have this possibility of also having a bulk buyer, like, for example, Tatu City. They buy power in bulk, and then they sell to the people who have industries within the facility itself. And then finally, it's you, me, and all of us, the consumer or prosumer. We are the ones who pay for all this. So everything that happens up there is the guy at the bottom who pays for. And of course, as I was also mentioning, we have some people who do captive plants. So a consumer that produces and uses the electricity without selling it to anyone. That is more or less a captive plant. But this system is now changing. You can move to the next slide. Oh, sorry, just go back. On the right now, whenever you have an issue, there's the referee. The referee is EPRA, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And if the referee himself you feel is unfair, you can go to the Energy Tribunal and complain about anything that the referee maybe ruled on. If you have an issue within this structure I've just described. And even if the Energy Tribunal itself you feel has ruled in an unfair way to you, then you now go into the judiciary, and the Supreme Court can actually intervene and give you justice. We move to the next one. Now, electricity itself, we have to look at it as a service. So electricity, this is my favorite analogy. Electricity is like beer. Now, I mean, the electrical engineers and the other engineers that I've had, I'm sure you did like one electrical engineering unit, and they explained to you about real power, apparent power, these things. So electricity is like beer. It's kind of beer. You have the liquid and you have the foam. If you don't drink beer, pole sana, this analogy might not work for you. But you can say also soda, like Coke. When you pour Coke into a glass, Coke has the black part and the foam part. If you pour your Coke into a glass and you realize there's no foam, something is wrong with that Coke. It's not proper Coke. And the same way, beer is like that. Beer has the foam part and the water part. Now, conventional supply is hydro, thermal power plants, geothermal. They give you the full beer. You have the water and the foam. This kind of foam part, it's a bit technical, but electricity is not just electricity. There's the energy, and there's these other things: peak capacity, voltage, capability to ramp. Ramp means to move from 0 to whatever maximum amount, 100. Like if today, if power goes off right now, and then it comes back, you will have to switch on many machines. The person generating the power will have to move from 0 generation to the maximum amount that you are using at that time, because we understand that electricity you supply and within a nanosecond you generate, and within a nanosecond it's already at the place where it's being used. So you need to have this capacity to move from 0 to whatever the demand is quickly, and the conventional plants have that capacity. Then there's other technical things: synchronous power, system strength, the frequency. All these things together make up what I'm calling beer, together with externalities. Now, if you look at it from beer's point of view, beer itself, you have water. Beer has water inside it. It has hops. It has malt. It has yeast. You have to deliver it at the right time, at the right temperature. People don't like warm beer, so you need to give them cold beer. So these are kind of an analogy of electricity itself. Also has many components that conventional plants used to give us all at once. And once you do all that again, you come to the customer. First you have the system operator. The system operator is the guy who makes sure that if there's demand in Kisumu and this other region, increase supply this way. From a beer point of view, that is the mixologist or the master brewer, the guy who does all the mixing when you go out to have, let's say, like a cocktail. That guy who makes the cocktail is the system operator. And you as the customer, for you, it's more price. Price is also an issue for you. You want it at the right price. So the customer there is drinking her beer, it's cold, probably she's spending the right amount, and this is the feeling that you want when you buy electricity. So now moving to the next one, renewable energy, wind and solar specifically, they won't give you all those things. They will give you energy, but they won't give you some of the other things. So there's a way you need to make some investment to get all these other things. And this, technical terms, you'll call that ancillary services. All those things that I've mentioned there. So as we are switching to renewable or getting more renewable, that's why I'm saying we need more investment in transmission. We need maybe storage. We need capability to react to when the sun goes down, dispatched ramping. These kind of things you will need. Now, the Kenyan market structure is now shifting to a new structure. We have various different policies and regulations that are ongoing to shift us to a new structure. You can just go to the next one, where we put the consumer at the center. Now the consumer is at the center, and this consumer is able to buy power either through what is in the middle of the box there is captive supply, which you have installed yourself. you can buy from the independent system operator, who's someone who then aggregates whoever is generating, transmitting, whether local or regional. This guy will be able to sell for you that power. And then you go into the next level of distribution, where you'll have a distribution operator, someone who does what me and you today consider KPLC does. They just handle the distribution and selling to the customer. They don't care about transmission and all that. So there's some generators. Let's say you have a small solar plant. You will now be able to install your solar plant within the distribution system and then supply to a consumer. And again, now also on the transmission level, you're a big manufacturer, for example, you can take power at 220 kilovolt or even higher voltage. You do not need to access the distribution system. You can get your power directly from transmission at of course, it's going to be cheaper because you have cut out all the losses related to transmission and distribution. So that will also be possible. And then externally, you have the regional control center, which now looks at what is happening in Uganda. Now these are the small circles on the side is other countries. Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania. There's some power that's available from there that you can then sell into Kenya directly to the ISO or directly to a big consumer who will be able to buy it off, let's say, from a power plant in Tanzania. Now, this is where the market is going. This is where the East African power pool now starts to make sense. You can go to the next slide. Yeah. Now, what is the East African power pool? It's just many countries, 13 of them have come together and we are trying to form one big grid that allows us to share our resources, buy and exchange power between all those countries you are seeing, from as far as Libya all the way down to Tanzania and DRC Congo. All these countries in the middle, we are now continuing to invest in transmission lines to enable us to be able to trade power. We are talking about a population of 430 million people. At the moment, we have about 76 gigawatt of power installed in this system. A lot of that is in Egypt. You'll see in my next slide. Just go back. We have a demand of something like 57 gigawatt. Again, a lot of that demand being in Egypt and growing at 9%. You can go to the next one. Now, this is what is currently installed in terms of transmission capacity, what we can actually move between the countries. Today, you are able to move between Egypt and Sudan about 2 gigawatt. Currently, they are using 300. In Kenya, between Kenya and Ethiopia, we have a line that can allow us to move 2 gigawatt. But we are only buying 200 megawatt at the moment. And this will continue to grow. You can go to the next one. Yeah, so again, I won't bore you with stats. The presentation will be made available. This is just some numbers on the line voltages, how much can be moved. This one is what I probably wanted to focus on. I don't know if it's visible, but the big bar, 80% of that installed capacity. Can you actually see that, or you only see the colored ones? Anyway, we'll have a darker color because where I'm standing I can't see. Yes, it can be seen, but this is a circular pie. So what you can't see on the pie is showing the amount of LNG. So this 85 gigawatt, 80% of it is natural gas, and it's mostly natural gas being used in Egypt. So sometimes you get this comparison, people saying, why is the cost of power in Egypt cheaper than the cost of power in Kenya? Our industries are moving to Egypt. Kenya is expensive. And most of the times they say George is a thief. George and his IPPs are the problem. We must understand that Egypt is utilizing their own natural gas reserves to generate electricity, and they pass that benefit to their consumers. So we are trying to make this as big as possible renewable. We still have coal and hydro. Okay, the rest of Eastern Africa is largely hydro. So you have the big Ethiopian hydro dams. You have hydro. Uganda is almost like 90-something% hydro. Yes, we were like that. We were like that in 98, 2000. Kenya had a lot of hydro as a percentage of the installed capacity. Then we were hit by a nasty drought. We had a really bad drought around the year 98, 2000s. And most of you guys probably are not yet, either you are not born or you are not aware that you are born. and so what used to happen, you used to go to the newspapers every day. I remember I was in primary school at that point. You go to the newspaper and you are told, tomorrow the whole area around Parklands and this other part will switch off power for 8 hours. So there will be no power for 8 hours, and we rotate across the whole country, across Nairobi. We will switch off these guys on Wednesday, these guys will have power on Thursday, these ones won't have on Friday. And so because of that, Kenya decided, hey, we can't continue like this. We have to diversify. We have to build geothermal, we have to build other sources that are not necessarily dependent on weather. And that's how come we also even got the thermal plants, the geothermal plants, the wind, the solar. And now, even when there's a drought, for instance, in Kenya, we have about 800 and something megawatt in hydro. When we have a drought, a serious drought, like we did 2 years ago, that 800 megawatt goes down to 250, 300. So you lose 500 megawatt, boom, for, it could even be an year, 2 years. So how do you replace that supply? That's why you need to have a very diversified mix of generation, and also that informs the thinking around nuclear and any other type of generation. You can go to the next. Yeah, I think actually that was my last slide. Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions regarding the power pool and anything more or less related to power generation. Thank you.
Just one.
So I'll give a quick background first. My name is Andreas from a company called Solinaldria. So I'm not a student, but we're working in energy industry. My background is from the Norwegian market. We have something called Nord Pool, which is basically what you are illustrating here now. My question is, how are you going to make sure that you don't end up in the same situation as us? You have a big problem with the grid. It will take a long time to make this grid better. And Norway, as an example, we manufacture or we produce more energy than we consume from our hydroelectric dams. But because of the cooperation, because of Nord Pool and Acer, we are sending power down to Europe. But then because of these grid lines, we are buying this at a very high cost back when we actually need it. The example now from December, we produce hydroelectric for a cost of 1 cent per kilowatt hour. In December, we were buying it back for $1.3 per kilowatt. How are we going to make sure that this exact thing will not happen here? And how are we going to make mechanisms in this proposed system to make sure that we are not in the same flaws and don't have to do the same grid upgrades, but rather can benefit of microgrids and renewables?
Yeah, no, I agreed. And your problem is very unique. The Norwegian problem is unique because your hydro dams freeze over in winter. And now you need another source. Are you still producing at maximum in winter from hydro? Yes. Yes. Transmission. Yeah. Yes, and again, that's also a problem we have in. If you can just scroll back to the slide where I had the transmission capacities. There, that one, yeah. So you see, like we have 5 gigawatts sitting in Ethiopia, but we only have 2 gigawatts of transmission line, and that's big. That's like really big. You see, in Uganda, you have 50. Maybe 100 megawatt only can be passed, but Uganda has an excess of 500. So I think the most practical solution is for still having some element of local generation that is more or less captively yours. It's a kind of a national security matter. You don't want to be selling power cheaply and then buying it back very expensive. There's no perfect solution. I know the Eastern African power pool is actually being co-designed by the guys from Nord Pool. The Nord Pool guys are working, exactly. They're working with the EAPP guys to develop this market in Eastern Africa. But I don't think there'll be a perfect solution for that. Maybe you look at it in if possible, over a 1 year period, what interval of the year are you buying at $1 versus what interval are you selling at 1 cent? And if that makes economic sense to Norway, every day.
Because we are pricing at a 24-hour market.
Yes.
Each hour is considering to go down to 15. And if the issue is that because of this pricing and because of how to pay for it. For tomorrow's market. Then comes the balance. All of these matters increase drastically. And it's very difficult to regulate on the consumer level.
Yeah, but I think the problem there is that the value of that power at that time is very different.
Yeah,
so when you...
The problem is that in the time of the day, that we don't need the power. The price is basically zero.
Yep.
Actually negative in Germany in these times because of the construction of solar and wind without doing the grid first. Now, in the peak hours, when the lines simply cannot deliver, then we have enormously high prices, which is when people consume the energy and actually have to pay for it. But again, when you're looking at the average, because of the negative and the zero prices, we are getting a false representation into the market because people are looking at the average prices when they calculate, when they look at how they're planning for the future. Whereas the actual impact on the consumer level is way much higher. On the power producer or the commercial level, or when you have PPAs, etc., you are safe and sound. When you're looking it down to the man on the street, paying for the consumer level prices, it's actually impact.
But I think from your statement, the solution is either you invest in more transmission to unlock that congestion, because you're talking about congestion. Congestion will come with a rent, that the rent of that congestion will then be passed on to the cost of power, which means it will be higher. Or that consumer just shifts to the time that if the load, whatever they're doing, can be done at any time in the 24 hours, then they must shift this activity that they're doing to when the power is cheaper. I don't think there's any solution around that, because power will for sure be more if you go on an hour-by-hour basis, power will always be more expensive when the demand is very high. And if you have bottlenecks in moving generation from point A to point B, when that demand is high, then that additional cost of the bottleneck goes into the cost of power.
And it's very good that you say this, because it's actually coming up leading to kind of a conclusion, but also a question. Will it be a positive to look into in this establishment of a new system that the consumer levels can keep an average peak hour price, but up to a certain amount of consumption? Whereas you go down to this quarterly or hourly rates for the commercial side, which has a higher load and a higher impact on the grid. Is that something that can be done in this?
Yes. You know, even in that market, you should, and I believe they do have like floors and caps. You know, I don't know how much you're into economics and these kind of things, but okay, so you know that yeah, you can have a vesting contract where you limit the price, it doesn't go above a certain price. You can have contract for difference. You're saying that you have to limit if the price gets to here, you pay me. It shouldn't pass this amount. So there are mechanisms you can use to control the price, but it's more market economic mechanisms which you use when you are contracting for that power. So you hedge, basically. You hedge and say that in tomorrow the price will be this much, If it goes beyond 6, I'm not buying, or you must give me at 6, and the producer then says, I'll give you at 6. And if at that time the price is 3, then you still pay the producer the 6, because he's taking the risk that price will not go beyond a certain amount. So there's ways to handle it, but it's more contractual and market-based, not physical infrastructure-based.
So would it be possible for a consumer level to be able to actually buy that power the day before? To reserve their own power?
At the moment,
They don't use it, they still have paid for it, of course.
at the moment in the East African Power Pool, we are trading based on utilities. So Kenya Power will sell to TANESCO, to UETCL, to EEP in Ethiopia. The next stage, and that's what is already happening in the Southern African Power Pool, is but you have to be a certain level of a consumer, not a house. You'll have to be like a big consumer that will be able to, let's say, buy at least 10 megawatt. 10 megawatt you can buy off the East African Power Pool. But I mean, if you're just buying 3-4 units that I use in my house, I'm stuck with Kenya Power.
Thank you. I think from me, where does Comrades Power come in there?
Comrades Power!
Thank you so much, Mr. CEO. A round of applause to him for that wisdom. I wish now to invite on stage Craxton to award the CEO an award. We are not sure whether there is an award befitting a CEO within our reach, but we hope that this is a token of appreciation for you. Please, a round of applause for him. Before you leave, allow me to invite your colleague, Ms. Penina, for a photo with you, and then we'll go to the next session. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes. Please take the center of the stage. The camera is right in front of you. So far, so good. I hope we are making progress. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to these wonderful gentlemen. They are doing some really noble work, putting the conference together in matters of moving up and down. Now, it is my distinct honor to invite on stage Dr. Churchill Saoke. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Dr. Churchill Saoke will do us a presentation on green hydrogen. He is the director of Strathmore Energy Research Center. He is a lecturer at JKUAT. We hope one day you will be a lecturer here for the sake of the university. He is also an adjunct research scientist with the African Institute for Capacity Development. And finally, is a member of the National Working Group on Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure. A round of applause for Dr. Churchill Saoke.
Thank you very much. I think we have, how many minutes? About 20 minutes, and then we go for lunch, right? So can we stand up and just do some, let's all stand up. You've been sitting for a long time, right? Let's all stand up. In your very unique way, can you draw hydrogen with your body? In your very unique way, can you draw hydrogen? Come again? Yes, in your very unique way, can you draw hydrogen with your body? Great, have a seat. That was just meant for us to exercise. So I'm going to give just a high-level elevator presentation on really hydrogen and some of the opportunities that are available for you. That's my badge. I serve as a lecturer in JKUAT and the director for the Strathmore Energy Research Center, and adjunct at ICAD, which is an intergovernmental organization. I do research there. A couple of members of the task forces on sustainable aviation fuels, and technical committees on ICAO, which has been working on accelerating SAF adoption in Kenya. And next. So really, hydrogen production, we can produce hydrogen through different ways. And you know that hydrogen is the lightest element. And because of that, we can leverage in hydrogen as a carrier of energy to really achieve much. And those are some of the ways in which we can produce. Can we go next? Yes, we can produce hydrogen. Ultimately, all energies emerge from energy. And there are various processes. Ignore the colors because hydrogen has got colors, but ignore the colors. Thermolysis through the use of heat. Electrolysis through chemical splitting. Photolysis through light. Biological processes. And finally through pyrolysis, which also heating. Next. You'll have to go with me. Yes, so these are the various forms of hydrogen. They're different colors. And the colors of hydrogen are because of the ways in which they are formed. The most famously known one is the green hydrogen, which is formed as a result of green, really renewable energy. The blue, which is formed from fossil fuels, but with carbon capture. So when you capture the carbon, you produce it through fossil, but you capture the carbon, then that is blue. Gray is through natural gas, and this is through really steam formation of methane, which is a process of using heat to catalyze as a catalysis for methane. Then there's pink, which is the production using nuclear. Turquoise, this is the production using pyrolysis. Brown, using coal. Yellow, using renewables, but from grid electricity. So the grid electricity could be from the normal grid or from the renewables that are integrated into the grid. And finally, the white hydrogen, which is as a result of hydrogen being a byproduct of other industrial processes. That's still the same thing, so I'm not going to go into it. The next. So this is really this is a common picture of the hydrogen value chain, where we have hydrogen being produced by various forms and going through the various transformations into the end users. And we find that we can have two different pathways where there is a transformation of the hydrogen into other products, or where there is no transformation of the hydrogen into other products. So these are the two different pathways that you can have there, and in many occasions where there are transformations, you will often find that it is combined with carbon dioxide to form certain synthetic fuels. This is where the sustainable aviation fuels come in, and many others. Or it's combined with nitrogen to form the famously known ammonia, which then ends up into fertilizer. And I think this has been the main focus for Kenya in terms of the use of the production of hydrogen. Then the produced hydrogen then can then be taken through the other chain of transportation, which can be through either trucks, pipeline, or shipping, and through which after that we can be used for other end users in steel industry, in the chemical industry, in refineries, as fuels for the shipping of the trucks, aviation, rail trucks, which is really a harder bait industry, as my colleagues here said, that these are some of the industries that have been very difficult to defossilize, and the conversation around hydrogen to use it as a way to get into these harder bait areas has been really high, and also heating and power generation. Next. It's the same thing. I'll not go into this. Next. So this is really an analysis that was done by one of our partners that was doing us the possibilities of the status of hydrogen and how, if it is deployed in Kenya, and they did a SWOT analysis. And really the key thing that I want us to draw out of this is the potentials of hydrogen, which is drawn because of the immense amount of new renewable energy resources that we have, that we can be able to use to generate electricity in our in our country, and also the interest of ammonia, for example, as one of the possible end users for hydrogen in our country. Of course, there are a couple of other threats and other you know, what we will call weaknesses. You know, the skills are still not available, and I think these are conversations that, as I will tell you, has been going on next. So those are the opportunities that I have made. I think the strategic location of the country in terms of renewable energy is something that we cannot understate. And the possibility of using hydrogen for domestically to decrease the reliance of fossil fuel, and also decarbonization of different sectors, as I have mentioned, especially the transport industry, and also other industrial sectors like the steel industry. And I think that, you know, steel is one of the areas that it is hoped that hydrogen can be used, especially in terms of the transformation of the iron ore into iron, so that it can be used to make steel. So in the steel industries, this is something that is really will really be useful. I've mentioned again also in other fuels like synthetic fuels. Recently, I think we have tried as a country to blend sustainable aviation fuels with I think KQ at some point trying to create a blend of SAF, so that we can be able to reduce the amount of carbon in that exists in the jet A1 fuels that we use for powering our airlines. Next. So in terms of really the future, next, the value chain of hydrogen can be separated in different ways in terms of the production, the transformation, the transport, the end use. And this is what really informs where the direct jobs would emerge from. And this is something that will be very key for you guys as young people, young engineers who are emerging up, and young scientists who are emerging up and are interested in venturing within in this space. The other indirect jobs are those that will emerge from infrastructure and system integration. As my colleague had said, the production of hydrogen will involve and will require additional load and will increase the peak loads within our system. And I know that there is a group that is actually already doing simulations of the possible scenarios of how our peak loads will look like when different scenarios are employed in terms of the hydrogen generation. So these are opportunities that are going to emerge in terms of you know, the system integration. We are talking about the pipelines. How are the pipelines going to look like, you know? And do we need to change our pipeline systems, or do we need to reform our existing pipelines? And if so, how are we going to do them? What kind of skills are we going to need for that to happen? The others are aspects to do with policy and regulations. We are going to see possibilities of changes in our regulations. How best can we change these policies in a manner that brings sustainability in this sector, and so that we are also able to accelerate development at the technology level, but also do not affect the socio-economics and the social dynamics of how our people live. You have had one of the discussions, I think, one of my colleague panelists said here that there are instances where you deploy and develop new infrastructural projects, but the impact in the community is not there. So how is this going to be in terms of creating a hydrogen society that really benefits from this new thing of hydrogen? So the conversation around that is something that will be very useful. Education and training, I think this is something that we cannot underlook. We are in academics, and I know that there's already a lot of emerging interest around the research, scholarship, and short trainings in this space, and other induced services. The induced services will be the other services that will emerge indirectly from the from the jobs or the services that hydrogen will come up with. And here we are looking at the procurement services, the EPCs, the newer ventures that will come up. So these are newer opportunities. So at some point, this was a research that was done by USAID as part of accelerating the Australian company. At one point, they wanted to establish the first manufacturing plant of to produce hydrogen here, FFI. And this is a study that was done in terms of the readiness of the core sector. So as you can see, the core sectors there, the EPCs, you can see the readiness, the transport and logistics, you can see the readiness, the provision of the procurement and equipments for safety, you can see the readiness, supply of chemicals that will be needed, you can see the readiness there, the repair of installation facilities that might be needed for transportation, and the other things I was talking about that relates to system integration. And the others are relating to other electrical equipments that might also be needed, and electricity, gas, and steam and air conditioning. So you can see these are core sectors that you as an engineering student will really feed into as this sector continues to grow. And my thinking is that it is incumbent on you, maybe as a student, to see how do you position yourself to ensure that at least you're able to tap into the opportunities that are going to emerge into these. So I have said education and training in terms of the scholarships that are coming up. There are very many research groups across the globe, and I have dealt with a lot of partners who are interested in doing need assessments, interested in doing research and development in technologies, and funding that are relating with that are actually keen on working with the students who are interested in advancing their researches in this space. There are also a lot of trainings that are happening on hydrogen and on the PTX, that's power to X, which for example, the GIZ that I'm representing here, there are projects that we are working on with them in trying to upskill young people and upskilling the vocational institutions and students from vocational institutions with appropriate skills that will be able to prepare the market for possibilities of a hydrogen society. So these are short trainings that are master courses in hydrogen. They are master courses in sustainable aviation fuels and things like that. GIZ is very strong in that, and we have worked with them. There is a master course, for example, that is coming for training of trainers, and these are things that you can look up to at some point. They will be able to build you in one way or another. Collaborations around this is building hugely amongst development partners and amongst the research community locally and abroad. The other thing is on entrepreneurship ecosystem, and this is an opportunity that exists for engineers and students within business to create newer business and newer ventures that can be able to provide really services to the core areas that will be needed for each of the stages within the hydrogen supply chain. So in my opinion, that this is an open book. It's an open opportunity for students who are interested in business. And you know, one of my students whom I'm proud of, Faith, who joined me here today, is one of the people who have decided to venture into this space, and I'm just mentioning that because I'm proud of what she's doing within this space of sustainable aviation fuels and hydrogen. The other thing I've mentioned is on policy and advocacy, where young people and you guys as engineering students could be involved in advocating the update or adaptation of policy frameworks that can be able to be of help in cascading hydrogen acceleration within our country. So you guys are the young people, we are the future, and we are the ones who are going to determine what kind of environment the hydrogen we want to see. So we got to be very proactive in influencing the future of hydrogen in terms of our policy and advocacy. Currently, the Ministry of Energy is now updating its national the national energy policy. And I think it is an opportunity for you to even actually present your memorandum. And I think, where's the chairman? The chairperson, I think, the secretary. It will be great, perhaps, as part of the deliberation of this conference, to come up with a memorandum that you can present to the ministry in terms of what your thoughts are as students on the draft bill. I can share with your colleagues so that you review it and just see where you go with that. Next. So, in terms of the EU strategy, which really we've been partners a lot and worked with a lot of these projects around the GIZ that are funded by GIZ. The strategy is really creating a sustainable industrial value chain, boosting demand for hydrogen, and coming up with industrial application. So this is something that is really a big priority, because yes, hydrogen technology already exists, the electrolyzers already exists, some of the fuel cell powered vehicles already exist, but there is need to really create a market so that people see the value in investing in or adopting hydrogen. So this is one of the biggest interventions that the EU and GIZ is very keen on, in terms of creating a support framework for well-functioning market, and that's why I mentioned the aspect of a hydrogen society. Promoting research and development is very key for the EU, and of course cooperating with other EU countries within this. The Germans are trying to do this through the hydrogen valleys that they're trying to accelerate to other countries. Kenya will be very good for production of hydrogen, especially for the export. So that is something that we can look at. So I just brought up this as something that might be very useful. The GIZ has been very keen on supporting the growth of renewable energies and green hydrogen in youth, and specifically focusing on gender. They have worked on mentorship with the women in green hydrogen, and I think that there is a call that is coming up in the fourth quarter of this year that will be very useful to the students. It will be very useful to the students. The other thing that I would like to mention here is that there is, and I think I've also talked about it, there's a call that will be coming up on training for Power to X, which will be very useful to you guys as part of cascading the Power to X among students. Right now, they are doing the training of trainers, which is involving the lecturers, and some of the people are going to go, they're going to be trained locally, and then they're going to industry, and then they'll go to Germany, and after that, they'll come back to deploy those training across different universities and technical institutions within the country. So this will be a good opportunity for you. And also, the sustainable aviation fuels is something that will be very significant for you as an engineering student to look at. This is also a lot of support that is working on this, and there is a drive because of the rules of the COSIA, that is the carbon emission reduction scheme for international aviation. So this is something that it's a rule, it's a global norm that has been developed amongst the ICAO member countries that is driving member countries to adopt this scheme that will ensure that at some given point countries are mandated to join in ensuring that their jet A1 fuels are blended with SAF. So that is something. And the other thing that I would like to mention is that there are other issues, and I'm glad that engineer mentioned this. There's a lot of interest as the peak demands will grow because of production of hydrogen through our grid. There'll be need for a lot of capacity building in system integration, the operators of the system integration. This is the one area that that the GIZ, working with Strathmore University, has been very keen on, and we are going to help in training system operators in some of the technical intricacies of renewable energy integration, which was identified by the ministry as one of the key priorities for the ministry. So that is the end of my presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saoke, for that awesome address. Another round of applause to him. I'm waiting for one beautiful Noreen to come on stage and award him a token of appreciation. I will as well appreciate if you'll be hasty about that. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage. Maybe just to be clear, would you take a question? Anybody with a question? Okay. As Noreen sets, thank you. As Noreen sets up her station, may I request you as well to be brief in your question?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, I'm Vivian Werimo from Egerton University. I'm a finalist in mechanical and manufacturing engineering. So my question is, are there research programs in Strathmore Energy Research Center that young engineers can be involved in, particularly in the e-mobility sector?
Yes, Strathmore really was part of the e-mobility task force that has been the key driver of the adoption of renewables. You know, we started with need assessment. We went into the development of the policy, which has really been the driver for the adoption of the renewables. So this is something that is there. We are doing trainings on e-mobilities. We have charging ports that exist there, and we are partnering with companies. With companies like Basigo and things like these, and also Arkride, to actually establish even business models that are working around the university. So this, for us, we have been an epicenter for the acceleration of e-mobility. And you can trust us, you can visit us, you will be able to get a lot of information regarding e-mobility. I am personally a member of the e-mobility charging infrastructure task force, which is now, we are now getting into the infrastructure charging, which is now the next phase. And I think there's going to be a lot of conversation around this on the impact on that again on the grid. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who might feel left out? Any takers? Yeah. Again, may I request you to be brief in your question?
Oh, hi, my name is Michael Moura. I'm an MSc student in conservation biology. Just a brief question, is there space for environmentalists in the research in hydrogen energy?
The whole question of, and I want to look at it on a broader scope of sustainability. I think we cannot avoid the issues of environment in any of this conversation, because ideally that is what we are seeking to solve. So the issues, and it's the whole idea behind conversation, sustainability. So in everything that we do, we seek to look that as we seek to look at that as a key component of sustainability. So you as an environmentalist, you are very much aligned. In fact, I think recently of course this is not in line with hydrogen, but one of the projects that you're working with one of our partners, the Norwegian Refugee Council, is still related actually to climate risks within the refugee areas, which is really related to hydrogen, and I mean to environment. So for me, I think in the whole discussion, almost everything that we are discussing on renewable energy, environment is at the core, because that really is what we want to protect into the future. So I think for you as a conservation student is just to identify the niche where you can be able to join in each of these projects and see. In fact, I think recently we had how do you call it? Yesterday actually, we had a meeting in Sagana on climate compatible growth, and one of the things that the presenters mentioned, who is a GIS expert, mentioned the aspect of how would we best use our roads, or how will we best construct our roads in a manner that we do not bring flash floods. You know, so that is someone who is integrating, he's seeing possible projects that are emerging and finding how do you bring the aspect of environmental conservation into it. So I think for you as a biological person who is in environment is for you to really identify the key niche in any of these projects that are emerging and see how do you fit in, because you are at the core.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to that insightful address. Thank you so much. Lorraine, please. We understand that we might not be able to appreciate you fully, but we hope that coming from the heart of comrades, that this is a token that you may feel appreciated. Thank you so much, Dr. We wish to host you once again another time. Safe journey, and may you have a good afternoon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of the first session of today's activities. I just want to borrow some time as we prepare for the setup of lunch, which is being done on 5th floor. Can we go back to the analogy of... But first takers, there is an analogy that the CEO, Aluru, used. Anybody who can give me a hint of this, the analogy he employed in his address, in his presentation? Anybody? Any takers? I think these guys were not paying attention when it mattered most. At university, I don't think there's a teetotaler in this age. Anybody who can remember? I have a token of appreciation to that effect. We had a microphone moving around. Yeah, there's a guy behind there. Please beware, I'll have a follow-up question. Who's first? He knows himself. Yeah, that one.
It was beer.
It was?
Beer.
Do you have a favorite beer, maybe?
No, I don't drink beer.
It was rhetorical, Omera. Yeah. Secondly to that, could you remember the topic that the CEO presented on? I warned you, I have a follow-up. Could you remember? His topic, or maybe just a hint there about what he was presenting about, or maybe what he does, what they do at ESAC, what is ESAC about? Because I believe for a good percentage of our population here, we have interacted with ESAC for the first time today. Possibly. Could you?
He was talking about power plants and power distribution in East Africa.
Uh-huh. What did you get from that?
I got that they are trying to encourage production of power at the regional or even local level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anything else? Just that. That's sufficient. Do you use Safaricom?
Yes.
Unaweza kuwa ni mtu wa Airtel, I can use it for you. I have some airtime as appreciation for you. If you will come get it, it's right here. A round of applause for him for paying attention. Linda.
Yes. Just as Mushemi has mentioned, we really want to check with you guys. Have you really been paying attention, or has this just been bypassing you? I hope you've been paying attention, yes? So in the morning, one of the speakers mentioned that in line with, let me say, the Green Conference, there's definitely SDGs that touch onto it. So first and foremost, before I even dive into my question, how many SDGs do we have? A quick one, no Googling, yes. No, the lady in white. 17. So which ones did he talk about? You can even say one.
Please wait for the microphone to get to you. She'll be there in a second. A clap for the microphone transporter. A round of applause for her. She's doing God's work.
I think we should award her as well. Yes.
Which speaker?
That's for you to tell me.
Oh, the ones that are in the panel, they spoke about, I guess, SDG 7. Is it 7, 9, and 11, which speak about smart, clean and efficient energy. The other one is affordable energy, and that's the one I can't remember.
Okay, I guess I am still going to award you because...
No, she said that is one she can remember. So maybe we can give her some grace period to remember more, to download.
To remember
Yeah,
more.
there might be some buffering. You know, it's lunch hour.
Yeah?
Yes.
I can refer from my notes.
Do you want us to give you a few minutes?
My notes.
You shall load. You shall load. Or maybe you can tell us something else that you learned from that session.
Okay, I've learned a lot from that session, the panel one. Number one is about the distribution of energies from IPPs to main grids, microgrids, and mini grids. Another thing I've learned today is about the East African Power EAPP. Yes. The third thing I've learned today is about clean energy. Actually, I'm a software person. I'm more into software engineering and Web3. So I've been working on an energy solution. So I came here to learn how now to relate more on energy and not the software part. So my goal was just to get my points on that. Yeah, so actually I have a question for Mr. George on trading power. Can we use blockchain for energy transactions? Like, can we, not blockchain the crypto, now blockchain as a network, can we use it for energy transactions, especially at the microgrids level? Can we use the IPPs to distribute directly to the consumers on a decentralized platform? And can that be offered by a private company? That's my first question. My second question was, can we use AI and machine learning to determine the prices when at a level where an IPPs, how do they determine prices for their energy when it's not regulated by KPLC or something? How do they determine the prices when we are selling energy as P2P? And is that allowed in Kenya?
Thank you for the questions. They're very nice. I hope sitaingia kwa kizungu mingi sana mpaka upotee. Lakini yes, it's possible. Once we have the power pool that we are talking about with colleague here, there's a whole software behind it that now you can use AI tools and blockchain to secure the transaction, to ensure people are not gaming. Like, you can use AI to simulate how people will game the system. Because if it's a market, it's more like a stock exchange, kama NSC, like Nairobi Stock Exchange. You really go to the market, and there are some people who will be, and this was experienced in the US. There was a company called Enron that they were gaming the system. They were holding on to some transmission lines to make the power expensive and then sell from the other side. So you cause the price to go high, and then you sell or buy at cheap or sell at high. So these games, you can actually use AI. In academia, there's something called game theory. If you look into game theory, you'll understand that there's a whole kind of economic way that people behave when they interact. There are people who see any interaction as a lose-lose, win-win, or let's share the spoil. And now tools like AI can actually help you to do that. So when we finally have a trading platform, at the moment we don't have that, but when that finally happens, these things will come into play. Today, you asked how we determine price today. Today is just based on You sit with Kenya Power, you negotiate, and based on the cost that you incur to develop, build, and deliver that one unit, you give them a price. And if they like the price, they agree, you sign, and you've agreed for 20 years. Asante, question here.
So you're saying I can sell power to Kenya Power? Hey, finally.
Yes, for the young lady, thank you so much for the insightful question and also for telling us what you've learned. So allow me to call you on stage to come for your airtime. It's the least you could give you, please. Kindly proceed to stage to receive your award. A warm round of applause for her as she comes.
Kuna swali ameuliza ilikuwa inanipita tu hapa. Shwa.
Thank you for jogging our panelists' mind. Thank you.
But the CEO took the risk of responding. I hope he did. Did he? Thank you so much. A round of applause for the CEO as well. CEO as well, here we have comrades who have been looking for internships. I'm setting you up. Please listen to them. This is a career fair as well. Yes.
We might not have very many internships, but we actually have an internship program. So you can, when you're, an internship for us is when you have already graduated. So you can write to hr@esa-k.org. We'll share the email, send your CV after graduation, and then we normally try and place people within our member companies. So, and by the way, electricity is not just about engineers. That's one thing I also want to mention. We need communication specialists. There's someone who asks about environmental specialists, very important people for us. We need people who know how to talk with communities, so more like social scientists. There's a whole range of financial people for modeling, for accounting, so law, legal. 5% of the cost of any power plant is legal. It's just lawyers. So we need all sorts of skills. So if you're inclined to work in the electricity sector, feel free to send us your CV. We don't guarantee that you'll get an internship, but there are opportunities that normally come during the year.
Is it a paid internship?
It's a paid internship, yes. Sikazi Red Cross.
Kanisa.
That's important, right? To discuss your party.
Yeah. Mr. CEO, I'll be one of the people who'll be sending in my CV, so I hope you'll remember me. I'm Linda. Yes. So now that one was a heavy one, just a lighter one, so because I need to give out these airtimes, right? I want you people to log into ESA online handles. I want you to tweet about this conference, and I know you cannot do so without bundles. So an easy one. What is the theme of this conference? A quick one.
This was, honestly, this was the first hand.
He was?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear from him.
Hoping that you are a student. No, yes, he needs to clarify. Declare your position.
I'm Kelvin Barasa, second year student. The theme of the conference was energy adaptation policy.
Hey.
That it is.
Hey. He knew what he's doing.
No, he knew. Please come forward for your award.
Awesome. A round of applause for him.
A round of applause.
Congratulations.
Then one last one to tease how keen you are. One of the speakers mentioned that there's a country that still uses coal to generate energy.
Is it Uganda?
Is the country? Huh?
Is it Uganda?
Hey, my friend, you are not keen. Yes, you are the first one. Germany, come for it. A round of applause for him.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear at this point that our own MC was not keen.
No, you see. I have to defend myself. Go ahead.
Had you been keen, you
I
would
plead
have
the
had to
fifth.
defend yourself.
I plead the fifth.
Okay, a round of applause for him, please.
Part of the organizing team for this convention, which is the first of its kind at the University of Nairobi, was a special committee put together, combined of staff, researchers, and students, under the mandate given to them by the Chancellor himself. May I know, how do we call that committee? Hiyo committee ambaye imepewa mambo ya support what we are doing here today. Yes, the conference was the idea of ESA, but there is an institutionalized committee at the university that supported the creation of this conference? Any takers? Yes, please. The chair was here, and he made an address.
So the court, okay, I'm answering it on infrastructure management. So the committee, the Green Jobs Committee.
No. Your answer, we need to hear it properly, so take your time.
It's okay. So the committee, the Green Jobs Committee, headed by
A round of applause for him. Dr. Opere and his team was here all morning. Their work is to create that bridge between students accessing the green jobs industry. I have your airtime. Oh, you're forfeiting. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Linda.
So as he comes, the other very simple question, inatupa airtime, who was the chief guest for the day? And I'll have a follow-up question. Quickly, I hear you people whispering. I'll have to change the question. Who was the chief guest for the day?
Bwana, huwezi tuwekea mtego kama Randria Mandrato.
Unataka rudi?
Who was the chief guest of the day?
Come on, guys. Ni kama itabidi tumpe tena.
Okay, let me ask you guys. Were you here?
Ama you've come in at 12:30?
Ama there was a language barrier, you know. Raila said he lost partially because of the language barrier. There was too much Arabic and French.
I don't think so.
There might be a language barrier somewhere.
Yes, the lady in white.
Yes. There's a
Can you
lady in
pass
a
the mic
white.
to her? Yes.
I'm Hilda Wanjiru. I'm a fifth year biosystems engineering. I think the chief guest was Chen Yu Liu something. He was the technical manager, I think, for GTC.
Okay, yes, it was Chen Yuhui, the technical manager of GTC. Just before you pass back the microphone, GTC in full.
Global Trade Center.
And then he had a colleague of his. What was his name?
Dr. Brian.
Please come for your
Who
airtime.
ni fifth year?
I should give ni 50 year.
Hey, she's just waiting to leave campus.
You just ask, tungemuuliza mambo ya IPP.
Before you hand over the microphone, I have a question for you. Have you been to the exhibition?
I know.
Did you bring your resume?
Yes.
It's a career fair.
Yeah.
Did you bring your resume?
Yeah.
You did?
Yes.
Yes. During lunch hour or thereabout, make a point of going to the high slope parking. That's where we have the exhibitors and part of the recruiters who have attended this conference. They are hiring. Tunasemanga kazi ya hiko, kazi imekuja. A round of applause for her. She comes for her award. If you didn't bring your resume, kimbia cyber, print it, come try your luck. So, I'm looking at the CEO in front of me and I'm seeing the only difference between me and him is the name. So possibly one day I'll be a CEO. He just took the risk. Me, I'm not courageous enough to do it at the moment yet. Yet. Keyword. Underline. Thank you.
Yet. Okay, an even easier one. We've had several speakers on stage, be it keynote speakers, panel presenters, we've had all those. So I want someone who can tell me the different companies from which they were. Right from the keynote speech. The keynote, the panel, the round table, then we had a presentation. Yes? Na mumeshaangalia.
Maybe before she or he goes, don't panic. Tumepanga lunch.
Lunch iko, lunch
Yes,
iko.
they're just doing the setup. It's what I'm asking about. It's been sorted.
Yes? Oh yes, lady in white. Today the ladies in white are shining.
Linda, kuna mtu umetoa nyama kwa mdomo.
Nani? Oh, alikuwa shapewa.
Yes.
My apologies.
Bwana,
You'll be the next
don't risk that with comrades.
Don't stone me.
Please go ahead.
Okay, we had Engineer Chang and Dr. Brian Mwangi from GTC. We had Mr. Geoffrey from Vivo Energies. We also had the CEO, ESAC. After that, we had Mr. Churchill he said he was a lecturer at JQuat and also worked as Strathmore Center for Development, something like that.
Wait, why are you in Egerton? Guys, can we agree she should be here? Can we agree? Yes, we look into matters of your masters.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm actually here to network and hopefully learn some internship jobs after I'm done with school, that is after April.
Please demystify network.
All are welcomed.
All?
Yes, all.
Thank you.
Or take note.
Sumesikia? Bandari. Your airtime is waiting for you here.
Right here.
I think we'll break it at that.
The good lady, please do come for your airtime.
I'm told lunch is ready, but I want us, because we are engineers, we are students of the university and our visiting guest, I want us to be a little bit orderly. Can we agree that we be orderly? So, right behind there are 2 exits. I want us to use those exits. There's a staircase on your immediate left after you exit. Please, let's queue on that, along that staircase, pick your food, and we keep moving. It's packed lunch, so I'm hoping that we are going to do that in about 45 minutes we'll be done. All right? If we agree that we're going to do it orderly. Allow me, please, to ask that column to exit the auditorium first. Please exit the auditorium after they are done. Our partners and guests, your exit is on this side.
us for people just to relax. It has nature, it has pathways and all that. So the Kenya Space Agency, being a body mandated to promote and coordinate, regulate space-related activities, we partake and promote sustainable cities. How? One, using available space tools, which includes satellite images, advancement in AI and can be detected. So we focus on early warning systems that can make life safe and sustainable. Further, we also promoting use of technologies like the positioning, navigation, and timing to just be able to schedule activities in the city, be able to locate positions in the city, so that people can be able to efficiently use Google Maps. People can be able to use Uber taxis and all that. So you integrate GIS and PNT and all that to bring out a sustainable service that people can enjoy and be fulfilled in living in cities. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. What a beautiful answer. So we're going to move on to our next question. Like everything in life, every great idea hits a few speed bumps. So still on you, Major, what is one very huge roadblock that you think is there that presents a challenge in rolling out eco-friendly transport in Kenya?
So if you look at eco-friendly transport in Kenya, first of all, we look at what can people directly afford in Kenya. Traditionally, we had, if you go to cities like Lamu, it is believed it is a donkey town. The reason why donkeys survive there are no wide roads. You come to Nairobi, every corner is construction, people looking for plots, fragmentation of land and all that. So, and then there's this classic thing whereby middle class, everybody's buying cars. And we are fully over-relying on fuel-powered cars. So we can't afford new cars. We always import second-generation cars from Japan and all that. So you find that policies around that, policies that do not encourage mass transport systems, and policies that do not encourage sustainable planning, like prior planning of basic and critical infrastructures that can allow for such systems like trams, electric rails, like underground transport systems, mass transport systems. All those are not there. Then, above all, our generation has refused to do research and development. We know fuel is there. We've refused to be adaptive to technologies that allow for us to be eco-friendly. Thank you.
All right. So Major says policies and research and development. What do you think is a major challenge?
I'll have to echo policy. But one thing that you have mentioned that I agree with is the infrastructure available. If you go to a place that supports road transport, 70% of the place is road and concrete, you're going to find the easiest way to navigate with what you're given. So we find that our developing countries are over-focused on trying to replicate the mistakes of the West. So instead of developing our own nature-based solutions that prevent these avoidable mistakes, we want to urbanize as quickly as, the global north has done, but they're busy trying to fix those mistakes through us. So I really do think that policies that support better planning, right, and that support climate resilience, actually. Because when we come from a place of climate resilience, we're able to think in the next 10 years, will this thing that I'm building right now still be able to serve my community? Okay, so I really do think that policies that push for, even if we have to have cars and fuel-powered vehicles, at least policies that provide subsidies or push for, for electric vehicles, right? Because right now it's so easy to access finance for a second-hand car. everyone has one on the road, and it's just bringing more congestion. No one wants to use a bus because they're not looking good and they're polluting. So what if we actually just started with policies that ensured you can't import cars that are beyond this age, you can't bring diesel-powered buses anymore, let's replace those with electric buses. So such things. And of course, if we add infrastructure that supports e-mobility, it's going to be easier to adopt it.
Wow, I love this. We're all on the same page. Policies. So on to my next question, still on you. Collaboration is key, as we all know. So how do you join forces with the government, businesses, and local communities to push for more sustainable transport systems?
So the how for us as a youth-led organization is literally just putting ourselves out there. So if anything, we wouldn't exist without the partnership of a couple of different levels of stakeholders. So Green Motion was born from a collaborative effort between Y Labs, the nonprofit, C40 Cities, London School of Hygiene and Medicine, Urban Better that supports air quality, improving air quality through physical activity, and the Nairobi City County government. Okay, so these public-private partnerships are there. You just need to put yourself out there or figure out where exactly to find them. Because even as the conversation continues, these multi-sectoral combinations of experts and communities and big organizations is what's going to push us forward. So if you don't put yourself out there, no one will know what you're doing. Risk it, basically.
Wow. What about you? How does the organization collaborate with businesses, government, and local communities in the transport sector?
Thank you very much. I'll say on that question, first, I'll say that we are a government entity and with a defined mandate. However, that having been said, part of promoting the uptake of these technologies, we work with the private sector, we work with universities, we work with international partners and equally, we also work with the other arm of government, which is the county government. And the idea is to create synergy, to create awareness, and to promote use of emerging technologies that are space-driven, that can offer faster solutions, evidence-based solutions, so that if it is pollution, quick on spot, you can say there's pollution happening in Nairobi River, and you can track it now, you can extrapolate it backwards and in the future, and you can see the trend. So with that, you can guide policy, you can guide decisions. So we've been able to partner with different entities. First, we work closely with the Ministry of Urbanization, that's the State Department of Urbanization. We work with counties, as I said. Then we work with private entities, including medium and micro small enterprises. And in fact, at some cases, we are on record to have issued grants to create an innovative culture of solutions that are space-derived, which can offer real-time solutions to as far as sustainability is concerned. And here, look, it is a case of, as I said, integrating GIS versus PNT and other technologies. So evidently, we've worked with Nakuru County. We've worked with them to plan for Nakuru town. I think if you visit our booth, you'll be able to get that information. Currently, we've signed a number of MOUs in a number of counties. The other day, we were in Murang'a, where we are trying to pilot precision, like from the farmer, the product, and the market, linking them using space and GIS technology, so that even if the road is bad somewhere and there's a slack in transport, the county can know this is the problem. So we are trying to use those technologies and link them to working and feasible practical solutions that can drive use of space technology in our economy. Thank you.
Wow, I love your use of emerging technologies, and actually that's where my next question was going. So green solutions mostly involve emerging technologies, and these are often very pricey. So how do you strike the balance between affordability and sustainability when it comes to the emerging technologies, especially as it pertains sustainable transport? So right back to you.
So cost versus sustainability. For sure, that is a narrow demarcation, but if a solution is giving the best results, it does not matter what the cost is. And that's where some countries go to where they are, because they see the need. So for us, even though we are still at the beginning, we believe that by partnering with firstly, the institution of higher learning, by partnering with small businesses in the private sector, and by partnering with other public institutions, including our international partners, in a small way, we'll be able to create a niche of solutions. We'll be able to create a niche of minds that are generating solutions. So with that, we believe that the next generation solutions that can solve Kenyan problems and at the extent be sold out to generate revenue on its own will come from these big minds that are seated here. So at the same time, that doesn't stop us from borrowing from our other places that have already developed such solutions. We are partnering with a number of entities, like we had NASA Harvest. We have people who have big data banks on matters space, matters product of space, and there's no point of reinventing the wheel. So we tap on partners who have already established those infrastructure, partners with those frameworks, and partners with those data sets. And at the same time, in a small way, we are promoting our own generation of same products, and to build on, we are looking to build now bigger systems that can be able to serve Kenya and the globe while generating sustainable sources of data and sustainable solutions that we believe that can change the transport sector. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So now we'll move on to you. So same question, how do you strike this very thin balance between sustainability and the price point?
So it's true that financing is tough. So even right now, there's an ongoing conversation at a conference called the Urban Shift, and it's bringing together many stakeholders from different parts of Africa and regions are represented, right? And the big question is always, we have these plans, we want to achieve these developmental goals, but where is the finance? So we're being told that finance is there, and apparently there's just a disconnect. So the first reasonable thing that we can do is just what he said, partnerships, partnering with innovators, partnering with the people who have the solutions or the interventions to our challenges. That's the first part. When we are partnering with these people, communities are able to bring out the challenge with financing. And you'll find that the same people, so if you go to talk to EB right now, they'll tell you, yes, the bike is expensive. It is maybe 65,000 shillings, but we have a payment plan. We understand that you're a student, but we admire your passion and the fact that you want to be part of the conversation and you want to be part of the movement. So they'll figure out a payment plan for you that's catering to the community needs. So when you now continue partnering with spaces like, now I'm seeing the Kenya Space Agency, hey, do you want to partner? So people like them, they get grants, they're able to finance some things. So you come together and partner with such people, such communities, and you involve the community, the end user. Always think about who is actually going to be using this product that I am creating, and you make sure you're catering for their needs. So bringing people with funding, let's say if you're the people with funding, and then I know the community that needs to be brought to these solutions, bridging that gap helps us get affordability and also push forward our agenda.
All right, thank you very much. So now we'll move on to the next set of questions, which will be directed at each one of you individually, and we'll start with you. So going back to a point that you had mentioned about bringing in the marginalized communities into the discussion about sustainable transport, what are some of the things that you do to make sure that they have a seat at the table and they're involved and that they actually benefit from these conversations and activities around ensuring the sustainable transport?
Okay, so one thing we actively do is make sure we have a representative at each of our events. So recently we had a workshop, a stakeholders engagement kind of situation, where we were trying to ideate an ideal city if we had Jeff Bezos' money, right? So we tried to put ourselves in the shoes of the users and create actual solutions for them. And we had to consider persons with disabilities. We had to consider representatives of community organizations, community-based organizations, and we just had to make sure they're represented by at least 2 people. Because if you have a table of 30 and you're trying to solve a solution for a minority, and not a single minority is represented, who are you really solving for? Or are you just creating another problem? So we realized the need to involve, and every single outreach activity, event that we do, we ensure that they have a seat at our table.
Wow, amazing. I really love the inclusivity that you take into it. So moving on to you, Major. Are there any standard projects where satellites or other technologies have been used to help crack urban planning and transportation challenges at KSA?
Okay, thank you for your question. That's our primary goal. So if you look at our areas of focus, as I said, we are promoting use of space solutions for socioeconomic development. And key to that is promotion of, first, use of quality data sets, availing data, the required data, and also trying to coalesce different data sets into what we call geoportals and data hubs. So far we've done so many projects. And I will say one, as I said, we do with counties. We have a pilot project in Muranga. We have another project in Nakuru, which involves planning, urban planning. Same time, we are working with NAMATA, Nairobi Metropolitan Authority, to just support them with satellite imagery that can support infrastructural planning in the city. At the same time, we also support from the security and defense side, sighting of things and all that. We've been supporting that. So there's a lot you're doing. Satellite images that I can't explain all of it here. So again, the approach to this is that we have, as she talked of inclusivity, we are a government entity and we represent everybody. Every Kenyan has a right for a service from our side. At the same time, we are the image of Kenya on matter space. So we also serve our partners, international partners, both private and public, on matter space. So what happens is we do targeted projects. There are projects that target counties. There are projects that target towns, specific towns. There are projects that target schools specific schools, maybe capacity building or just sensitization about a certain technology and its application. So we do targeted inclusion, including those just targeting partners. So you'll find if we go for an activity or we earmark activity, we can just focus on a particular niche for us to project the maximum impact that can be derived from what we intend to pass to the group. Also, we encourage youth to form groups that are space related, even if it is companies, even private sectors, we encourage them so that we can have that harmonious collaboration to attain our mandate and them attaining their goals in whatever they've invested in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And back to you. So you mix science, storytelling, and data, which I find very interesting. How does Green Motion Africa collect and decode all the data about air pollution, transport emissions, and turn that data into action?
Well, no pressure, you said you found it interesting. We had a really hard time putting that together. So one thing we pride ourselves in is finding creative ways to bring people together to find these solutions. So, of course, when it's collecting data, sometimes you have to go through the classics. So we have a survey running. If you're able to pass by our booth at the exhibition space, you can just go scan our QR code and you'll be able to participate in a survey that helps us collect baseline data about your experience and interactions with transport in the city. So a different creative way that we're using to collect data and tell stories is the film screenings that we have and will carry on doing. So for example, our first film screening was at Unseen Nairobi. It was a documentary style film called Searching for Amani. Yeah, and we were able to, Unseen hosts around 60 people in total in their little mini theater. And after showing this, the film, which was around climate justice, environmental justice, marginalized communities in Laikipia and all the challenges that they face, we have the opportunity to now talk directly to the audience that we have, find actual real-time feedback. So those are now focus group discussions. That's another way that we collect live data. So we're going to continue some kind of tour with our film screenings. We're going to film them in slum communities like Mukuru. We're going to film them in Kibera. They have their community spaces. And that's how we collect data directly from the end users of this product that is transport. So another way that now we're doing this is engaging experts, such as Stavere here. We invite them now to specifically expert workshops where they give professional feedback about creating real solutions for real challenges. So since our program that we began under has the link to Nairobi City County, we're able to now come back to them with data we've collected and figure out how we're synthesizing these by telling the stories of what we've actually experienced. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I think you have actually managed to crack the code between science, data, and storytelling, which is actually very, very beautiful. Back to you, Major. So how can remote sensing and GIS mapping help build greener and more resilient transport networks? Or basically, you can also talk about other space tech. How can it be used to build greener and more sustainable transport?
Okay, thank you. Now, when you talk about sustainable transport, for us, we interpret it in broader way. One, we are looking at using friendly technologies. For us, we are also concerned about launches in space so that they are sustainable. So we are looking at fuels, rockets that are efficient so that they don't pollute. At the same time, we are looking at in terms of downstream, whereby using satellite technology to provide solutions that are green in a way. So first step is putting sensors. And these sensors that are space-based, even taking images and knowing what is on ground, will provide the exact locations. And you can see that if you have an image of Nairobi, you'll know where the town is growing towards. You can propose for prior development infrastructure. That's early planning. And also, you can, while you are doing that planning, because you are doing an aerial survey, you can be able to know the best possible routes of critical route, let's say railway, roads, and all that. At the same time, if you minimize, you are using direct routes, you are able to get shortest possible distances. Then equally, you're looking at the plan the way it is. Which are the green corridors that you can say this is where people can rest, this is where flowers can be. I mean, all those things are essential in a sustainable city. Then, above all, also the water needs. You find initially we had Nairobi Dam, but it has been submerged. So, how do we improve in that sector? So, we use sensors to detect water pollution. We use sensors to detect water clogging by seeing the rising water level and all that. So we are able to address what can affect people in form of an providing an early warning system that is real time. So with that, we are able to give people what they exactly want. So that if I know Kibera is flooding, they have been warned prior to that, or I can avoid Kibera so that I don't put myself in tragedies of climate change in the town. So we are promoting those technologies, and we are looking at it in that broader way so that we address issues relating to the technology, that's platforms, plus issues related to use of those technologies to provide solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Those are beautiful answers. So lastly, we're now on to our last question, after which we'll do a short Q&A. So I hope you're all preparing your questions. From your research and data collection, going back to that, is there any piece of mind-blowing or open revelation about how Nairobi's transport sector impacts air quality? Because I think air quality is something we cannot see, but it impacts us. So is there something mind-blowing that you have picked up along the way?
Mind-blowing. Maybe the fact that transport is the biggest contributor to actual air pollution right now, which is, I guess, what pushed us to start what we're doing, right? But it's hard to actually put that together because most Nairobians associate air pollution with bad smells or industrial area or something like that. But there's actually finding out that there's different levels of particles that affect you differently that now set the tone, because there's PM 2.5 particles, there's PM 10, so dust is in a different sector, the smoke you inhale is in a different sector. There's so many different little factors that air quality has opened my eyes to. And now that I know, by the time we get to 2050, there's going to be 4 more Africans, like in every 5 people in the world, 4 of them are going to be Africans. So as we urbanize, we need to keep figuring out how we are accommodating a bigger population every year. So if we continue with the exact same habits and the exact same pollution that we have right now, to which transport emissions contribute 40%, if I'm not wrong, 40% of the pollution right now. If we continue with that trend, by the time we get even to 2030, we're going to be a smog-filled place as far as I know. But I am not a mongerer of hopelessness. I'm here to preach hope So it's good to know that such forums and people who take action have historically been the youth, and we are one of the youngest populations in the region. I think mean median age is like 21. So if we are the ones to demand for these solutions because of the things that we're finding out with our data, or if we are the ones to participate in data collection and synthesizing it, then I'm pretty sure we'll be fine in 2050. All 4 of us Africans out of 5.
Nice, 40%. That is actually mind-boggling, but I like that you brought in the aspect of hope. So to finish off, we'll do a short Q&A. So I don't know if anyone has any questions for our panelists. So you can just raise your hand. I think there's someone is coming to you with a microphone.
As they figure out their questions, can I ask Mr. Were a question? Sure. Do you guys do mapping for traffic, for example, traffic congestion, or can your satellites map the places that have more congestion than others in the city?
Yeah, of course, using satellites, you can see everything. So it depends on the data you want. You can use the high-resolution satellites to pick even individual cars. But sensors of air quality and all that, you can pick parameters about the air quality. At the same time, you can also pick just the thermal emission from people, vehicles, and all that. And what I can tell you is that there is a cycle around Nairobi, especially the areas where people live. You find that in certain areas, there's that clog of heat generation, carbon generation, whereas others, it is a bit low. So where you live also matters. And you can just pick. You can know this Kibera, this Karen, based on the characteristics. So from that, the image you gather. Yeah.
All right. I think someone had raised their hands. Yes. Okay, just go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I know I've introduced myself so many times by right now, but it is only prudent for me to introduce myself once again. I'm Vivian Werimo, a student of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering from Egerton University. And my final year project is regenerative braking, optimizing regenerative braking in electric vehicles. And I dare say that's one of the technologies in sustainable transportation that is very promising. And my question to the panel is, what other promising technologies are there to ensure sustainable transportation in developing countries?
Wow, that's a good question and good stuff. Thank you for that research. For me, my solution, what we lack is we have this self-centered attitude. I buy a big car, you buy yours, we come from the same estate. So daily you are polluting, I'm polluting. We are parking even the expressway. It cannot be enough for all of us. Even if they increase the prices, still you find traffic. So the bigger thing goes to people accepting to use the mass transport systems. And the government has to go an extra mile to improve those services, because if you improve them and make them habitable, so that the comfort you get in that train or in that tram is similar to what you get in your personal car, then people will be able to appreciate and embrace it. At the same time, there is need to put in place infrastructures that allow for sustainable transport. The bypasses are key, and you've seen that when Thika Road was being built, it was enough for everybody. But now what has happened? You build bigger roads, so many people buy cars. So unless there are policies to who should, at what extent is demarcated as the end to enter town so that we have connecting services, or we decide to go subways whereby we build underground infrastructure so that we don't congest the surface. So it is all about coming up with, I can say, what is already there. This Matatu thing may not solve us forever. And very soon, I don't know how Nairobi look like because all roads are congested. So unless people accept to use these public means and use their cars for maybe long distance traveling and all that, then we'll get somewhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your answer. So we'll just take one last question from this side. All right, sure thing. So we'll have a quick answer to her question, and then we'll do one last question from this side before we close off.
Yeah, thank you for that. Your mindset shift is something that's actually really important in that situation. And in the angle of innovation, where I think things are going are when we're thinking about cars specifically, because you're working on a braking system for cars, right? Regenerative braking system. So if we're thinking in that line, think about technology that can limit emissions, technology that can provide for cleaner fuels, technology that also promotes inclusivity. So think about a blind person crossing a road. So traffic lights that have auditory sensors, something like they respond auditorily. Yeah, think wide about the community needs. Yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. I am a student at the University of Nairobi. So I have like two questions to be young. Backstory of the question. On 30th of December last year, there was a space debris that fell in Makueni County, Mboni constituency to be specific. And that was the first time I met Major Were. Unfortunately, I was not able to ask him my questions, but now I have the chance to do so. So, my first question, what has the Kenya Space Agency done to enable timely location of such debris to ensure that such do not pose a safety concern to the environment and to people should they be radioactive? The second question, does Kenya Space Agency have the technology and quick response to respond to that on time? Reason being, in that space debris case, there was a member of public who was ready to spread the method for sale. The reason being, the space debris crashed like somewhere between 2:30 and 3:30 or 30. And then the team responded that fast. So, yeah, I'm good.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. On matters, now that you're bringing in matters to do with the Mukuku village, Mukuku debris, for sure, the way you are talking about sustainable cities, for us, we are pushing for sustainable behavior while undertaking space activities. So this is a perspective, and it is broad, that encompasses matters from development of space systems, operation of space systems, and managing them beyond their life of operation while they're in space. So up there, daily people are launching space objects, and you find that the very way you talk of cities being not sustainable, so is space. Because when you talk about space resources, we are talking about, in real sense, we are talking about the orbits, the orbital slots and the orbits. So long ago, we had space was for the mighty. We only knew of the Russians, the Americans, Chinese, and India. But as technology has evolved, even Kenya can be in space with a number of satellites. Same area, same sphere, but with so many players coming in place. And crazy of all is the emergence of small satellites, CubeSat, one coons and all that. So everybody's launching that. And all of them are using that space that is small. So what happens is that it has become a problem to the whole world, and we are now advocating for space sustainability and responsible behavior while you are in space. And at the same time, it has become needful for the space community that while you are responsible in your behavior, you are able to track and be able to manage whatever you put up there. So for the Mukuku village, you are talking about whether we are capable or whether we responded in time or whether we are able to defend the country from that such re-entries. As a matter of fact, I can say up there are so many things, so many junk that every time they're losing altitude, because with time as you orbit, there is that interaction between the atmospheric drag and the object. So there's that, the orbital decay, and finally there's re-entry. So on design, it is expected that you use materials that upon atmospheric friction and drag, they reheat. By heat up, they can burn up and not to re-enter the Earth's surface. That is how we address in terms of design. Also, by design, you are supposed to use few fittings and few fasteners, so that we are talking about modules that cannot easily break to generate debris. But now what happens? Guys are there putting, instead of building bigger satellites, everybody's making those small satellites. Instead of managing the few satellites that we have other guys that are undertaking defense and security missions, performing anti-satellite tests like China and Russia, you've seen them. So all of them break these satellites and space junks into smaller bits that add up to that problem. Now, rocket launches are, because of the demand, daily people are launching space objects in space. You've seen SpaceX from one launch, now they're doing over 20 in a day. And the area is, I can say it's lucrative, because one lift off, you are sure of about 5 billion Kenya shillings. So who will not invest in that? So,
Major, allow me to interrupt you just a little bit before we get too deep into the into orbit. In the interest of time, I will ask Annie. Yes, Annie, if you have any sentiments with regards to the question that was asked. Okay, all right. So yes, you can tie it off. All right, so we can do a short background.
Okay, so to bring that to a small summary is we are investigating the matter. The agency has a robust space situational awareness program whereby we are looking at analyzing all the expected passes over the Kenyan territory, predicting the fall area and landing areas. And at the same time, we are cooperating with other nations that are still running the SSA program to be able to detect these objects and prepare in advance. Now, what happened in Mukuku and how did it enter? Mukuku incident is a unique one. One, Sky Radars did not pick it globally. However, in the database of all space objects that were expected to re-enter in the same period, it is featuring, but the trajectory, as much as it is equatorial, it was not predicted to be over Mukuku. So the object was expected to re-enter, but in the deep waters of the Indian Oceans. So what we've done is we collected the object, and part of that SSA is that the public is part of our people to tell us where it is. And remember, it was Christmas holiday. So in as much as KSA reached there on 31st, but the government of Kenya, using its instruments on ground under the multi-agent framework, they had responded almost immediate. The rule is that whenever you are a government officer, you are serving the same government. So when you see their police protecting the object from being taken as scrap metal, they are acting on behalf of the government of Kenya. About radiations, we engaged the necessary body that did the measurements of that, and they found out it was safe. So we have clues of what it is. We have leads of what it is, but the matter is still under investigation, I'll say that, because under the international law framework, matters, re-entry, matters, management of astronauts and all that, have a diplomatic question that it is bit sensitive to accuse a friendly state that this is yours. So you have to gather your facts right, get all the data and proofs right before you say this belongs to this part. And I believe we are at that stage, and once we find all of that, we'll make this report public because it is of public interest, and for sure we are doing a lot to address that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your beautiful sentiment and for all your questions. And thank you, Annie, and thank you, Major. I think this has been a beautiful panel discussion. Now I'll hand over back to you.
Thank you so much, Amani. A round of applause for Major Were and Annie Agesa. Before you leave the stage, Major, allow me to invite Zena to award your token of appreciation, and as well, I can see the person. Caxton, please come on stage. The token is behind there. This is our small way of saying thank you for being with us this while. Please, we'll try to be hasty. You know, there needs to be witnesses that you have handed the gifts to the right person. Could you please stand in front of the seats, please? Caxton, you will be awarding Annie, and then Zena will award Major Were. You know, that's a perfect photo. Thank you so much, Major, for being with us, and as well for your patience. We have sought that after a lot today. Thank you so much. May God bless you. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. And now, Caxton. Have you already done it? Hey, you are a very swift fellow. A round of applause for them as they exit the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll swiftly move forward to our second last session of the day. It is my honor to introduce on stage our panelist and discussant for this session, Mr. Mohamed Bahero. Mr. Mohamed Bahero is a National Innovation Officer at the International Center for Humanitarian Affairs, a component of the Kenya Red Cross Society that deals with research, learning, policy, and innovation. A round of applause for Mr. Mohamed Bahero. So much to the name. A round of applause for him until he gets a seat. And the moderator for this session, Mr. Onyango Lennox Ndeda. He is a civil engineering zealot who is a student at the Technical University of Kenya. He studies radio astronomy and is a classical astrophysics pilgrim. That's what he tries or chooses to call himself. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Lennox Onyango Ndeda as he comes on stage. A swift one. He is yet to arrive. Don't be selfish with the rounds of applause. So this is going to be just the second last session. We'll have one final session that will be hosted by Jacob's Leader Africa, and then we'll call it a day. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I vocally homogeneous to everyone? Okay. So definitely this panel was supposed to have quite a myriad of a populace of panelists, but pursuant to unavoidable circumstances, it is quite infertile for now. However, the case must go on and a verdict must come out of it. So, as you have been told, my dogma for this discussion is basically embracing sustainable solutions, pathways for widespread acceptance in the country. So this is such a premonition for those who are not prepared, but a very fair quest of anticipation for those who are ready. So keep yourself. You can see I'm going to give you more questions to ask, so give you that a few. So just very quickly to the Red Cross and to my most serene moderator. Yes. So to our serene panelist, can you kindly just tell us on the quest of Red Cross since its advent, just in a minute or so, so that those who are not quite alienated to such information can be acquainted to it.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. And I think it's an advantage. I would say I'm very optimistic that I'm alone here, so I have ample time. So the Kenya Red Cross Society, we are a humanitarian organization. We are not part of the government, and we are driven by 7 fundamental principles. The first one is humanity. The second is impartiality, so we are non-partisan. Third is neutrality, we don't take sides. Fourth, independence. We have our own constitution, our own laws. We do operate on how we think it's best to operate. Then the fifth principle, it's volunteerism, so we value volunteerism. Then the sixth, it's unity. Then the last, universality. We are globally, we are like everywhere. Then in terms of the International Center for Humanitarian Affairs, so this is the Research and Learning Institute of the Kenya Red Cross, and we have different departments under the HR. One is innovation, where I'm from. So basically we work with the communities to co-design and come up with innovative approaches when coming up to designing solutions. Then we have policy and advocacy approach. Then we have a data unit that deals with also research. Then lastly, we have a global migration lab that deals with aspects to do with migration in Africa and also globally. Yeah, so in a nutshell, that's what we do.
Oh, quite elaborate and compelling. Now, as with Red Cross, as we know it, from very superficial understanding, you realize that it really comes when there's need, where there's aid to be given. And that one is quite commendable from practical experience and from all kinds of sources that can be found. So we are talking about sustainability, the Green Conference, the clean energy, adaptation and policy. And Red Cross is really across the entire country in Kenya and beyond. So how do you people, when you are trying to deliver help, aid to different facilities, different villages, how do you maximize on using fuel-efficient transport? And of course, maybe have you thought of using EVs to reach those places? For instance, a very serious case in Turkana or somewhere, you want to get to such places.
Okay, thank you. So we have 47 county branches here in Kenya. Like in each county, we do have a county branch and a robust management and also volunteerism, let me call it portfolio. And also we work hand in hand with the community. So we have community disaster management groups or committees that have been trained on disaster management and response. Then as part of our volunteer docket, we have RCATs, the Red Cross Action Teams in each county. So whenever there is a disaster and how we operate, we have county level operations. So if a disaster can be sorted by the county team, there's no need the HQ team to come at the ground and do some response. So the county team is able to respond. If maybe the threshold is above the county, we have the regional team. So the regional team is able to also respond to that. If now the disaster capacity is beyond the regional threshold, that is when the headquarters team are deployed, but it's very rarely. So when it comes to logistics aspects, we try to minimize a lot of logistics operations to decrease our carbon emissions. So the county team will respond, or even at an easiest level, the community will respond first. Then also we work hand in hand with other partners or stakeholders, like if I would mention them, St. John's. So if we have St. John's at the ground, they're able to work with our team at the ground and minimize our carbon emissions when it comes to deployment.
Thank you. I believe we are very keen on that. So just also on now sustainable packaging and disposal of used products. For instance, how you package maybe food, medical supplies. Have you thought about making them biodegradable? And also in the storage of such facilities, sometimes you need refrigeration. What is your quest in maybe having solar-powered refrigeration and maybe clean energy refrigeration for such products and storage?
So we work with organizations who, we do procure some goods from them, and one of our key requirements when it comes to our procurement policy is the organization should practice green procurement. So we must make sure the packaging it's biodegradable, and also we also employ the aspect of reverse logistics. So this is where when we, for instance, we deploy a team at the ground, then distribute food or non-food items using certain packages. We're able to take those packages and take them back to the manufacturers or even the service providers. Then there is a value exchange in between that. So that is one or two approaches that we normally use as KRCS. Yeah.
That's, I think, is very compelling. Yeah, so like just on that, so like Red Cross has a standard or on receiving aid from different areas, like different companies. You have a standard where you can say that this are standard packaging, this are standard quality.
Yes, and when it comes to donations, because when it comes to donations, it's a bit tricky, because this is where maybe a company has given Red Cross some food items, then you can't be in a position to like kind of tell them, oh, you guys need to package this, because it's a donation and the community needs these particular goods or services. So what we do, we work with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, because that's the body that's kind of regulating all the private sector, whom are our biggest donors here in Kenya. So we, and also KEPSA are really spearheading the conversation of green packaging. So whenever we get donations from the private sector, we also try to make sure that the type of packaging is green and also it's environmental friendly. Then apart from that, in the community levels, we sensitize them on green innovations and also aspects to do with circular economy. So they're able to use the waste that maybe they get from donations or they get from their community and try to upcycle that waste to be something of value. So we've had initiatives, especially in Lamu and Mombasa, where we have our innovation labs. So communities are being sensitized on how they could upcycle waste and also make some valuable items out of that waste. Then Kenya Red Cross comes in handy, especially from our department, to try to provide a marketplace where they could sell the items. So it's like a complete cycle. Yeah.
I think you jumped the gun and anticipated my question and responded accordingly. So I'd love to formulate one question now, because I have maybe one question, then I'm going to have the audience also tell us more or ask more about what is happening. So, Red Cross has really been involved in helping us recover or mitigate different problems that have occurred. Do you also give advisory to governments? Maybe right now there's the raging debate of clean energy on nuclear. And you know that when a single mistake occurs, it is not only catastrophic, but also apocalyptic. And so, do you give the government advice on how measures, because you really thrive in helping in troubles. We don't want a repeat of Sokol, Matoska, or Chernobyl. What is your take on that? Maybe it can be individual, it's not maybe on Red Cross now.
So, as I said earlier, we are auxiliary to the county and national government. We work hand in hand with government, and to our advantage, we sit in these consortiums that really regulate how maybe energy is being used here in Kenya, and also in terms of the green conversation. So yes, we at times we do advise the government on these specific items, but in relation to the humanitarian aspect, in relation to livelihood. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, it's we are one of the thematic dogmas is adaptation. So on the quest of adaptation, yeah, we know that by definition that, Charles Darwin argues that whatever has no remedy has no regards, and repetition diminishes pleasure. That is Neoplatonic, of course. What is Kenya Red Cross quest or strategic plan? Maybe it is not currently documented, but it's on the stage. Maybe in the next 5 years or 10 years, as far as adaptation is concerned, because troubles are here to stay with us, and solutions must always be renewed.
Okay. So, in terms of our strategic plan, we do have a 5-year gap strategic plan, and fortunately or unfortunately, it's ending this year. But what I can mention internally, we are advocating for certain aspects to be included in the next strategic plan, which is one, we're having in-house advocacy, if I would say it, in-house advocacy on reducing our carbon emissions. We have a specific month, I think the month of June, we call it Plastic-Free June, where we don't use single-use plastics in all our offices, the 47 county branches. Then also we really work with the providers to make sure whatever that they provide in terms of packaging, it's eco-friendly. Then internally as well, as I had mentioned, we have innovation labs, and you see, for something to work in the community, you really have to change the mindset of the community members. So we really try to advocate in the community. We've had a program in Lamu to just try to sensitize the communities through influencers. So we've had some short reels that were posted on TikTok and also Instagram to using the local language to just sensitize the community the importance of conserving the environment. So these are certain initiatives that we are doing as KRCS. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to believe that we have some ambitious members of the audience who have some very compelling interrogations to our panelists. Can we, is there, by show of hands? Yeah, I'm going to give very serious awards for very serious questions. Yes. You see, when I was a young man, I was told that if you attend such a conference with extreme broadcasting and everything, you must do 4 things. You can either pray, yes, but you cannot pray now. You can see clarity, you can ask a question, or you can give a comment. If you lack all those, you are not a serious student. Yes, oh, I see there's another serious one now. Can you clap for him kindly? Yes, I don't know whether we have our photography. Kindly capture him so that he can post something on LinkedIn. Spoke in the University of Nairobi auditorium.
Yes.
Proceed.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Ricky Mogire. I am a 4th-year student studying. So I find it funny that we are asking Kenya Red Cross about green, but the question I have is, in your endeavors to, let's say, go green, what challenges have you encountered, and how have you mitigated these very issues? Yes.
So maybe to share an overview, to just try to respond the aspect of you finding it funny. As Kenya Red Cross, for the past 60 years, we've been dominant on disaster management and relief aid. But through engaging or even diversifying our portfolio in terms of different units, like now the innovation unit, we have the research unit, we find it that all these issues, they do interlink. Like waste management, at times waste-related issues interlink with health, they interlink with livelihood. So we really find it that's very essential to have these diverse departments to just make sure we have a diverse portfolio and also a diverse reach on how we respond to these particular issues. The challenges that we do get in the communities, one, the community. The community, they do have a rigid mindset, let me call it that way. Like they know Kenya Red Cross mandated to give aid, and in their mindset, they don't want to go a step further to be resilient. And what we are advocating as Kenya Red Cross through these different portfolios or units is, we are trying to empower the community that they can be resilient, they can be like self-sufficient through all these programs. Because in the next 10 years, we want to see the communities coming on board and assist NGOs and assist Kenya Red Cross and similar organizations when it comes to disasters. If we keep on just relying on these NGOs, it's not sustainable. Because even NGOs like us, we do depend on donors. Currently, we have the USAID cut. It means some of the operations of certain NGOs will not be able to go forward. So it means we need to be sustainable. We need to empower the community to be resilient. We need to empower the community so that in the next 10 years, they're able to also offer aid within their community. So the community mindset, to as well stakeholders, like I would give an example. When we were implementing the waste management project in Lamu, certain organizations who are very maestro in waste management and circular economy were like, why are we seeing Red Cross now trying to maybe interfere in these aspects of the waste management? But our value addition in this waste management or green movement is we're trying to link all this to health, we're trying to link all this to livelihood and resilience. So there is no that I would say a proper sensitization to the community and also stakeholders when it comes to involvement of such NGOs in these particular areas. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. I don't know whether we have a grand finale of a question. Yes, MC, I hope you have noted the award. Eh? Yes, pay his rent for 3 months. Yes. Next, with a question on Red Cross. Okay. The final question, then I think we can call it a moment. Yeah. So, given that we are in academia prototype and we need much of curriculum protuberance to ensure this is delivered appropriately, does Red Cross have initiatives like supporting innovations on sustainability or on general contemporary society? For instance, a student has a very serious project that is quite climate resilient, or this one, we have had the quest of hydroponics and everything. Has Red Cross really ventured in such kind of collaboration?
I'd say yes. So we work with partners. Like, for example, in Isiolo County, we had an hydroponics project with the youth from Isiolo, but it didn't go well. And in the aspect of innovation, that is a good thing. When it comes to challenges, that's where we come up with new approaches and innovative ideas. So it didn't go well, but we are having another partner that is coming on board to see how we can do it better. So yes, we do have all these initiatives or programs within the Red Cross. As I mentioned earlier, we have 2 innovation labs, one in Lamu and the other one in Mombasa. So the innovation labs, they do have machinery, we do have 3D printers, we have CNC machines, we have laser cutters and other machinery that are suited to be in an innovation lab. So, and they are really community-led. That means the community are owning those innovation labs, are coming up with new ideas, and we help them to prototype and link with other partners. So in the meantime, yes, we have those 2 physical labs, but in all the 47 branches, there is a leeway of just trying to make sure maybe you register as a volunteer or a member in that particular branch. If you have this idea, I'm sure they will direct you to the right guys. So we have a fully fledged innovation team, about like 10 staff that have been distributed all over Kenya. Yeah, and maybe to add, still under that innovation unit, we deal with green innovation, like the waste management, circular economy, digital innovations. We have AI-based programs, blockchain-based programs, IoT as well. We have drones and satellite imagery as well under the innovation department. We have social entrepreneurship. So it's like the portfolio is so large. So yes, we're in a position to support.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that. Yes, of course, we are living in an extremely technocratic environment where digital twins, cloud computing, and right now we are into what we call quantum computing, a very extragalactic topic for now that we want the adventure pursuant to time. And I think that is going to be the end game of our conversation, but I can give you maybe 30 seconds to give your closing remarks or way forward if you have it.
So my closing remarks will be tied towards the career agenda, which I believe is the main agenda. So within Red Cross, we have internship, attachment, and volunteerism opportunities. I had a certain CEO saying they do pay the internship, they're not Red Cross. So unfortunately, at times we don't have paid structured internships, but in the event we have maybe a donor-funded project within your area of expertise, you're able maybe to receive some daily allowances. But the overall goal of this engagement, I would say, because I started as a volunteer with the Red Cross from 2015, then I got employed in 2021. So you just need to be strategic. Volunteerism at the moment, it's diversified. There is digital volunteerism. You can just volunteer your skill set and energy while you are just at home. So you just need to be strategic and also to align the area of volunteerism in these organizations with your career, maybe the cause that you are undertaking or even interest. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, our most serene panelist, for being so dynamic and exquisitely magnanimous. And my audience quite ambient, and I believe that we are going to have a very fair encounter in the next. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our panel moderator, and thank you so much, our panelist, Mr. Mohamed Bahero. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for sharing your insights with us. Kindly, before you leave the stage, let you be awarded. I am going to ask Ms. Hilda Teko to kindly come onto stage to award Mr. Mohamed. In the meantime, if you want to access the photos of the conference since morning, do scan the QR code on the KESA roll-up banner, and that is where you'll find all the photos. So thank you so much, Mr. Mohamed. Yes, the camera is right there. Thank you so much for sharing insights with us and for being here today. Pass our gratitude. Thank you so much. So at this point, kindly applaud him as he leaves the stage. So to close up the day, I am going to invite on stage the representatives from Jacob's Ladder Africa. This organization seeks to empower the youth as the continent's future leaders through climate change, leadership, and governance. So what we're going to hear from them is an interactive live podcast. So right about now, they are setting up the stage. So just sit tight and wait for them to wow you. But as I've said, in the meantime, if you want to access the photos of the conference since morning, do feel free to scan the QR code on this roll-up banner. So yes, green jobs. Stage is yours.
It was rough, but lately I've been doing better than the last 4 cold Decembers I recall. And I see my family every month. I found a girl my parents love. She'll come and stay the night, and I think I might have it all. And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way. But I know the
Mic
things
check.
she gives.
Can you hear me, University of Nairobi? Oh man, the energies are so low. Trust me, we have saved the best for last. Tell the person next to you, we've saved the best for last. I'm not convinced. I'm Kenny Kidogo, right? So this is a very, very interactive session where we get to just talk, have real conversations. Sometimes the green topic seems so far-fetched from us. Am I speaking to somebody, or I'm talking to myself? Who's that? Okay, so I want us to play some music, and I want a volunteer to come and help us get up and wake up. Who's that volunteer? If you know you can shake a leg, hand up. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I need volunteers. UON, are you serious? Hakuna mtu? Volunteer. Okay, Cynthia, just come kidogo. Kidogo tu. For a minute. Now, if I have a volunteer come and help me shake a leg, give me a dance move and we dance, I will give you this beautiful tote bag. What else is inside? I feel like there's something good. Ooh, this thermal mug. Won't it come in handy on a hot February day, right? Any volunteers? Going once? She said it. You know now, you look like you're on the clock. Are you working? Is someone going to man? Okay, you come. And then the second person, come. Let's do this. A DJ. I don't know if you're a DJ, but today you're a DJ. Please play us something that will wake us up. And in the meantime, text anyone in our WhatsApp group in the University of Nairobi. Tell them this is the place to be. I want to see faces filling up this room. Wambie wakuje. Oh my gosh. Tuanguke. I'm not seeing somebody dancing. Let's go. I'm dancing as if kwa nini? Tupatie morale. Okay, let's go. What's the move? Another one, please. Are we dancing? Wake up, come on. Do we have any over-30s in this room? I don't think so. Let's go. Please give them a round of applause, everyone. One gets a tote bag, another one gets a thermal bottle. What's your name? Thank you for being bold. The future belongs to the bold. And what's your name?
Mobisa.
I see you on the clock, but you still love to boogie. That's a good, healthy mix, isn't it? Well done. Thank you, guys. So I have just 2 more gifts I want to give away, and it's very simple. Are you guys, I know you guys are connected, you're digital, so if you have a WhatsApp group that is of your year, of your course, of a club in the University of Nairobi, I want you to take out your phone and text in that group and say, come to Manu Chandaria Hall now. The first 2 people to show me that they've done that, what do we want to give them? What are we feeling like giving them? Cynthia, I need you to join me. The first person, or the first 2 people to chat in that group and just show me like this, because I know the conversation we're going to have today is going to be worth your time. And I don't want the people who are outside to miss this opportunity. Anyone? First person? Fantastic. And you know we are matching, we're twinning, black and white. You know there's something. Cynthia, please go check that he has chatted in a group. If he has, give him a lovely JLA t-shirt. Second person? Yes. There are no ladies. Okay, there. That's a second prize. Laura, I think we can go and give that gentleman, but check for proof. The proof is in the pudding. Okay, last one. A lady. I had a lady where? Here. Okay, that's the third one. Rita, I think you can come here and give this lady. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mandarina Khabetsa. I am the Chief Communications Officer at Jacob's Ladder Africa. You'll hear about Jacob's Ladder a little later, but we really want to get into the crux of the matter. You guys are speaking about green careers during your career fair. And sometimes it is important to hear from someone who was exactly where you are right now and is in a place that many people would marvel at because of what she's been able to achieve in her career. And it is important for us to just hear the journey of how they got from where you are to where they are right now. And that is the sole purpose of this podcast recording right now. You will have an opportunity to ask questions, and we have a slide where if you see it come on the screen, scan that QR code and put your questions there, and we will answer. But we will also have an opportunity for you to ask questions live. So this is a podcast that is by Jacob's Ladder Africa. The first time we are recording in front of a live audience, and you are therefore a very privileged people. And I will say I am also a proud alumni of University of Nairobi. Holla! Do you guys still say comrades, power? Do you still say that? Okay, great. So when I say comrades, you say? Oh, wow, that was so powerful. Did you feel it? It was so powerful. Can we try that power again, perhaps? Because if you are powerful in this land, then let's hear it. Comrades? 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 Without further ado, allow me to introduce my guest, and we have a beautiful conversation on how we can connect as young people to great, purpose-filled green jobs in the environment, the green economy. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guest, Yvonne Nyokabi, aka Gashugi. You want to grab a mic? Okay. Okay, so first of all, I need to find out from my crew, are we ready to roll? Are we recording? We're good to go. Fantastic. So I will start with an intro, and then we'll get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on Season 3 of Green Jobs Africa. Yes, the location is different because the season is different. We're doing things a little different this time round. We've been speaking to young people because young people are at the heart of what we do, and today we decided to come to them. We are recording currently from the University of Nairobi during their Green Careers Conference. And I'm excited to have a conversation with someone who is a climate finance and policy expert with over 16 years experience in the climate finance space, handling $31 million multi-funders portfolio. And we will hear from her today how she got into this space and why. Most importantly, for our live audience, she is a proud, I should say proud on her behalf, I don't know, she'll tell us, alumni of the University of Nairobi. Welcome, Yvonne Gashugi.
Asante, asante.
Yvonne, first and foremost, how does it feel to be back at the University of Nairobi?
It feels so upgraded. I've not been to this hall. I was in Chiromo campus, so this is such an upgrade, and it's fantastic. I really felt such joy coming back to this campus.
That is true, and I think it's amazing how we were both at the University of Nairobi Chiromo campus, and we met at Chiromo. And just for a bit of backstory, before we get into finding out who Yvonne is now, how did you end up at the University of Nairobi, and what exactly did you study?
So I studied industrial chemistry. It was a course that appealed to me after I passed KCSE and got an A, by chance, I have to say, in chemistry. And my dad, who is a PhD, had always said, you have to do the STEM as your first course. You either have to do engineering or science. And so because I had passed chemistry, it kind of called me to do chemistry. To be honest, I didn't like chemistry that much. In fact, when I first entered Form 1, I got a D in chemistry. I couldn't understand this whole language of the chemical language. But with determination, I ended up doing really well. And then I heard about money and chemicals. So at the time when I was joining industrial chemistry, I was joining because I wanted to learn how to formulate perfumes and cosmetics because I knew it's $1 billion industry. So I was like, look at that. Kikuyu, chemistry, pesa. So I was very convinced that when I joined industrial chemistry, industrial means that I can learn how to produce chemicals at industrial scale, and therefore, I can move into formulation of chemicals that would be used in the cosmetic industry. And yeah, that's how I ended up choosing industrial chemistry. There's no logic to it. I actually wanted to become a marketing person. So I don't know how, life took me that way.
That's interesting because I also, when I was in high school, I also disliked chemistry. So I finished chemistry in Form 4 and I did A-levels. I dropped chemistry like a hot potato. So when I joined the university, lo and behold, in my course, I find I have 2 years of university chemistry. Sad days, but we passed. So now, you went through the Chiromo process and you finished and graduated. What was like after that? Were you keen to continue working, making perfumes and getting into the cosmetic industry? And what was your first job? What was your journey like after the university?
My story on my decisions after campus were actually influenced by a decision that I made while in campus. So unlike the day we are in, that time we used to read a lot of magazines. And there used to be a magazine called Drum Magazine. And I was living with my auntie here in Kileleshwa, so I was bored one day and I had this drum magazine, and on the cover of drum magazine was a lady by the name of Professor Judy Wahungu. I don't know how many of you know her. She used to be Minister of Environment, but at the time she was an executive director of the Africa Center for Technology Studies. This time I was in third year. And I read her story and I was so compelled. The last MC had really good English. I wish I could speak like him, but I was so compelled by her story because for me, I saw my career in her pathway. And so I said, and it's nice to be young. I was so daring. I couldn't imagine that you write to someone an email and they say, no, don't come talk to me. So I read her story, and at the bottom of the story, at the end of the story, they had, for more information, you can get in touch with her, and they put her email there. And so I wrote to her. I've really looked for that email. But then I wrote to her and I told her, look, I find your story very compelling. I really am intrigued by your career, so can I come see you? And Professor Judy, who's not that tall, invited me. And when I went and met her the first time, I was like, wow, she's not that tall. But her story, she felt like a giant because she had been a petroleum engineer. And at the time, I was actually considering to do petroleum as a career path because, again, money. I knew when you finish campus and you worked for Shell or BP or Gulf, you would move into lots of money very early in your career. And so I wrote to her and she invited me, and when I went to see her at the Africa Center of Technology Studies, she sat me down and she gave me benefit of an audience, and she told me, look, you have to think of your career with where you see yourself at your peak and work backwards. And so we did this exercise with her, and she told me, okay, where do you see yourself at the peak? And I said, okay, look, I think I can be really good at this policy thing, and I want to be a minister. For me, it was like at that time, the thing. And so she said, okay, fine, now let's work backwards on what you need to do. And that's when she told me, go back to campus. There's a club called Young Youth Agency for Development of Science, Technology, and Innovation.
YADSTI.
You remember YADSTI? She told me, go join that club. I had never heard of it. And she told me, when you're in that club, you learn so many skills that you will need outside here. And so I listened to her with a lot of faith. I joined the YADSTI. I became the research director, eventually the resource mobilization director. And YADSTI became such a foundational club for me. Like when I see these things like CASE and stuff, I'm like, wow, if you guys can know, these are the clubs that really form your career. And so for me, I joined the YADSTI. And in YADSTI, we were a mix of science and technology students, and we'd do a lot of resource mobilization to organize functions like this. And it really propelled me to understand climate change, because at the time it had started becoming the topic. I think we were moving to Rio +20. So she said that I followed blindly, and it became a foundation for me. What did YADSTI do for me? It taught me how to knock on doors to ask for money. It taught me how to bring people together around a common vision. And it also took me for my first flight outside Kenya. And that flight was for UNEP. At the time, it was for Youth for Environment, Africa Youth Environmental Network. I had never heard of it. So YADSTI was offered a position to go to Rwanda for this conference, and I happened to be the only one with a passport. Also, I said I have a passport, I didn't have one. But because I was the one who said I have a passport, they said, okay, you go. And that's how I ended up going for Africa Youth. And that then took me to the space of climate change, because we would go for these conferences and UNEP would really infuse us with a lot of information about climate change. And so leaving campus, I already knew I wanted to work in climate change. The what, the how, I didn't know. So you asked another question. So then what happened? So after I finished campus in 2010, I became a missionary, a church missionary. I went to plant churches. Stop shaking your head. I was doing the Lord's work. So I became a missionary, and I went to Tanzania to do some work. I think I'd call it a gap year. You know, the way you finish campus and you're almost like, I'm not yet ready to get in the workplace. It was a gap year, and I finished that, came back to Kenya. And when I came to Kenya, I met my mentor. And my mentor was like, so what do you want to do with your life now? Are you going to continue with this church thing, or you're going to do some? So I was like, no, I think I'm ready to work. So he told me, and that was really, I would say it's luck. He just told me, okay, Sawa, I have a friend, they're conducting interviews. Are you ready? Me, I always say, yes, first. Even when Manda asked me to come here, I didn't check my calendar. I first said, yes. So I said, yes. And I said, okay, Sawa. Then he told me, yeah, the interview is tomorrow. I've not read anything about this thing. You know how you spend time preparing for an interview? Me and my KCV, I went to the Ministry of Environment for an interview. The interview was for a program assistant for a UNDP program. I was the last person to be interviewed. And you know, when you finish an interview and you're like, yeah, I think I did well. I walked from community all the way to where we used to live, and that was quite, I had so much psych because I was sure I had wowed those guys. Wowed with what? You know, now I look back and I'm like, what did I say? I studied chemistry, I was in University, you know? Like, what was the skill I shared? But it was just a confidence that I knew. And that's how I ended up starting my career, working in the Ministry of Environment, and that time it was Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, but in programs for UNDP.
Wow. This is amazing because I feel like I resonate with so much of your journey, and it kind of correlates with mine. You were in Yardstey, and when I was in Chiromo, I took up this Chiromo Environmental Awareness Club. And unlike Yardstey, for those of you, how many know Yardstey in here? Is it still alive? But it's mostly a Chiromo club. Yardstey was very well backed financially and had professors. Vis-a-vis Chiromo Environmental Awareness Club, we had zero funding and zero support, but I resonate in the sense of the ability for clubs to expose you to so much more than what you're studying in your 9-to-5 classes. And taking that opportunity can propel you. The second thing I like that you said is being bold to take that first step, saying yes. You do not know what lies behind taking that step. And that's why I was earlier saying the future belongs to the bold. Being able to see somewhere you want to go and say, I'm going there. How? I don't know, but I believe that I will get there. And imagine writing to Dr. Wahungu. I mean, many people, she was a minister, and so thinking she's unreachable. But Bold Nyokabi said, I can. And look where that got you. And I think that's beautiful. So moving from the fact that, you know, there was industrial chemistry and now you're in climate change, because a lot of times people feel like they're restricted to a particular career path because of what they studied. Would you say that that had any bearing at all? How did you make that switch? Was it easy? Did you feel like you weren't skilled enough? Did you go for upskilling? What was that like?
Yeah, you know, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, you know, industrial chemistry, many people went to work in paint industry, cement industry, and I really did want to work in those industries. Again, the salary was always better. And it was salary at immediate instance. When you move into development world, it's a bit of a longer path. Chemistry is still at the heart of climate change because, as you know, it's greenhouse gases. And that has to be modeled, that informs decisions, etc. The earlier discussion was on air quality. So chemistry really is a fundamental course in climate change. However, what I went to do was become a program assistant. And at the time it was for it was a program called Africa Adaptation Program. And my first task was on knowledge management. How many of you know what knowledge management is? It's managing knowledge. There's not much to it. There's very little chemistry involved in that. And so at some point you ask yourself, am I on track or am I deterred from what I initially thought would be a skill set that I've developed over 4 years in campus, 4 treacherous years in campus, chemistry, calculus up to calculus 6. You know, I'm like, I've done so much math, physics, chemistry, then now I'm coming to crunch numbers on something. But you know what I did and have always been is a positive, I always have had a positive outlook. I'm a believer in there's nothing that is a mistake in your life. And so I took on that role as a knowledge manager assistant. At the time I was writing a compendium of climate change actors, putting together, it's Red Cross who are doing this, Kenya Space Agency doing this, putting that together into like a dictionary, and I did it with my all. And what that did was it showcased in me, you know, that thing they say in job description requires minimal supervision. You know that thing? Yeah, it showed that I really did need minimal supervision as a skill. But also because I had come from a science background, as with any course, I had very good analytical skills. So I also was able to prove that I'm a big picture person. I understand why we are doing this compendium and blah, blah, blah. As a result, I ended up getting several other jobs right after. And what I have always said is my North Star is that I know what I know. And so I just have to keep adding to that bucket of knowledge, because anybody can take anything from you except what you know. So I upskilled. I went for a lot of courses for things that I knew were the sector's future. So for instance, renewable energy courses, which was at the time a very big subject and continues to be. Skills on communicating and raising finances for climate change. So I had and I have continued to build my skill sets, because I know in life there's what you know and what you can do. If you prove the two, no one can take those from you. Yeah.
Love it. And just hearing your journey, it's clear that there was the application. Sometimes it's not a direct path where you think it's industrial chemistry, so nothing else. I cannot work in any other sector except this one. But hearing you and being testament myself, that there are skills that you pick up within that course that are applicable in climate change, because the reality is climate change cuts across all sectors. So it's very easy to make that switch if you are determined. And then upskilling, that the gap where you see that I need to be able to get this course, it's not a dead-end road. There's an opportunity to be able to do a course here, do a diploma certification, and be able to get to the qualification that you require. But the truth is, anybody can take up a job in the green economy if you want to. Now, moving into Yvonne now, can we know who Yvonne is now and what Yvonne is handling now?
So now I work at UNDP Kenya. I manage the climate change portfolio. That means I give strategic direction to how we grow that portfolio in terms of activities that we are doing on the ground, in terms of development. Because as you know, UNDP, UN Development Program, is the primary UN agency for development work. And so we really have to look at the balance between how do we advance development outcomes for the country while pursuing our green ambition. So what do I do in my day-to-day? I work in all sectors. Yesterday I was doing forestry. The day before I was doing water. The next day I'll do energy, green skilling. It's UN works in every sector of the economy. Every sector is affected by climate change, so you have to put yourself in the know of what's happening in every sector of the economy. So currently my portfolio, I deal mainly with climate finance, which is mobilizing finance from different sources, especially now private sector, because as you know, there's a lot of changes in what we call development assistance. And then I look at where can that finance go so that it can inject economic activity. So if we think about the current ecosystem you're in, education, are we going to be the same? Are we going to have the same way we educate, or should we have a shift in our education system such that whoever leaves the university is moving into industry and able to advance development outcomes in the economy as quickly as possible? So that's what I do in a day-to-day basis. I write a lot of proposals, and that proposal writing, many people ask, what's that? It's dreaming the future. So I consider myself a dreamer, and being able to put those dreams on paper. And those dreams then have to be so attractive that they can attract finance, meaning that they have to be based on fact and vision of the future. So that's what I do on a day-to-day basis. I call myself the big dreamer of climate change. So I sit in a place, I ask myself, okay, how do we support Tana River change to become more productive? Because that's what you need, productivity. Then I say there's a river, there's agricultural land. So where is the mismatch? Then we think about that, we put that into a proposal, we finance that, and then I oversee those projects as they are conducted.
Awesome. So I want to just say that I feel like you wouldn't probably say this, but I'll say it for you. You're probably at the forefront of ensuring that Africa transitions, has, green transition, and making sure that we develop sustainably, which is sustainable development. And I think that's such a key role you play in the country and in Africa. And may you continue to make an impact that will be felt for generations. That is my prayer and hope for you as you continue in your work, and recognizing the importance of the work that you do. Now, you mentioned the global economy and development assistance that you called it, not handouts. And I think the question now is, with all these new announcements being made, retractions, President Trump, drill, baby drill, what does that mean for a student or a young person hearing that, oh, the future is green, there are a lot of opportunities that are coming for Africans in the green space, but then there's all these, development world with the people with the big pockets retracting and, doing what they want, as it were. Would you say truly that the future is still green? Like the person who's sitting or watching at home saying, can they actually still think that they have a potential career in the green space, or is it a farce?
Yeah, multilateralism is a very complex space. Bringing every country into a collective vision for the globe is something that's not easy to do, and I guess that's why we are going to be having COP30. People are always asking, this climate change, people are always meeting, and these meetings are just to bring consensus on what type of world we need to build. And I think, development outside of harmony with nature is not development at all. Someone will have to pay for it, because nature requires to be protected for it to offer services. And so the sentiments that are being put out there by different countries, they shouldn't cause as much despair for people who are determined to develop. It can have it will fracture climate finance in the interim, because the US is one of the largest financier of so many things, including the UN, and it definitely has caused a big dent. However, I look back to countries like Singapore, and there has to be a determination to develop. And I feel like as developing countries, we have a lot in our hands to ask ourselves, how do we develop, but in a manner that is sustainable? And we have not yet scratched the surface on what that looks like. Think about Turkana, or think about, I like using Tana River. Think about Tana River. For those of you, I don't know if you did social studies, GHC, I did GHC. But you remember Tana River had this big irrigation scheme called Bura Irrigation Scheme, and it used to be one of the food hubs of the country. And irrigation right now, what do we say? It's an adaptation system, isn't it? It allows for water to be available for agriculture over time. You're not dependent on weather. Have we scratched the surface on irrigation? Not yet. Have we scratched the surface on energy? Not yet. Have we scratched the surface on, cold storage? Have we scratched the surface on urban mobility, like was being discussed earlier? And I think we have immense opportunities to develop, but to develop in a green pathway. And so I think for Kenya, it's a determination that when we are putting capital to develop, we need to think on how we develop in harmony with nature. And that is where the jobs, as we call them, green jobs, will come from. If you think about the statistics, 1 million people outside of jobs every year in Kenya. That's a large number of people. What do we need to create those jobs? It's industrialization. And to industrialize, we'll have to use our resources. We will have to have good energy sources that do not cause greenhouse gas emissions. We are endowed with all sorts of renewable energy sources. Whether that comes to a price point that makes the product affordable is another question, but that's where innovation comes into play. That's where innovation comes into play. And so I think that for Kenya, green jobs will remain a huge opportunity despite the current discourse when it comes to the US and multilateral funding. Why? Because I think we need food. I think we need cars. I believe people have to move from point A to B. People need shelter. Have we, for instance, explored construction with renewable material, including wood? We've always thought about good housing as housing made with stones, but we can actually have a bio-based construction pathway. And we've seen that happen in countries and economies like Sweden. And what has that done for that economy? They have maintained 70% plus forest cover. So you have to think about a resource in a manner that it's in harmony with nature, it is able to create jobs and jobs at scale. And I think for Kenya then, when you ask whether green jobs will continue to be developed, I don't see how they're stopping. The aid ecosystem is an ecosystem that we have, and the president has said this for a long time. If you think about Red Cross, for instance, it's emergency response, right? We are always reacting. But if we think and flip the script to proactivity, then it means we build industry. We build new pathways for Kenya. We build new pathways for Africa. And Africa has a lot of work to be done. And that, the pathway for me doesn't seem like aid is the reason why we will not be able to move into that.
Totally agreed. It's really being proactive as opposed to reactive. And mentioning the things that Kenya has, Africa has to offer, it has a competitive advantage. And for a long time, it has been, the developed nations dictating the future of climate and the directions we should take. But I really do agree that right now is an opportune time for Africa to chart the way forward, knowing that we have all these resources. How can we take advantage of them? Because a lot of times, the mindset on climate change has been conserve, don't touch. But this is be able to use it sustainably for it to be profitable. And when the money speaks, the bottom line speaks, then the world will listen. And I see that as an opportunity to encourage those who are watching and listening here, that green jobs are really here and they are here to stay and they are the future. So hopefully that, you're convinced enough to be able to see a future for yourself in a green job. And still on green jobs, Yvonne, what would you say from your vantage point are the opportunities you see for young people? Like there's a person sitting here right now probably thinking, I'm graduating in a year, my future, I'm not sure, the course I studied, it's not marketable, or whatever story they might have in their minds. What would you say to them with regards to the opportunities that they can explore in the green economy with regards to green jobs?
That's a good question. I believe that one, whatever you study in school, when you graduate, what do they say? We've given you the power to read. It's actually just the power to read. It's good when you're in a course and it can put you into the market immediately. However, for many people, it may not be. However, in school, you go through a process of training the brain on certain skills that are then used in the workplace. By the way, as a matter of fact, there's no place you will go that they won't train you. As a matter of fact, you will still have to be trained. Whether it's a bank, whether you go into engineering or whatever, they'll still have to train you. So the most important thing that you get is power to read. And when you read, then you move into the marketplace. And the marketplace is about reading opportunities. So that's how I see the power to read. Reading the opportunities. What are the opportunities that are always there? What is the gap? How then can I position myself to fill the gap? I heard someone say once that wealth comes from bridging a knowledge gap. Let me pause for a second for someone to ask themselves what that means. Wealth comes from bridging a knowledge gap. How do we tap into the internet from space? Yeah, that's what Elon Musk is doing with Starlink, isn't it? Without having to do wiring across all over the city. He's just found a way to bridge a knowledge gap. How are we ensuring water moves without pumps? It's a knowledge gap. So I always say, as an individual, myself included, you have to ask yourself, what's the knowledge gap and how can I position myself to bridge that gap? That sounds abstract. Maybe it's out of reach. But let me bring it down a bit. When you leave university, when you leave campus, the critical thing is to ask yourself, what skills have I learned and where do I want to apply them? Because remember, it's about where you will feel most fulfilled. Yeah? So you're an engineer, you've done mechanical engineering. Do you want to participate in buildings? Do you want to participate in industry? Do you want to participate wherever? And then ask yourself, if you are interested in the green aspect of that job, what is the greenness you can introduce? Yeah? It's shift in resource efficiency, it's shift in process efficiency, etc. Then you want to ask yourself, how can I package myself so that I can be useful there, either as an employee or as an entrepreneur? I believe a lot of us have to be thinking about entrepreneurship. Why? You work, and if you've worked for many years like myself, you start to realize that you're not really churning out your own ideas. Yes, you work and you know you're building an industry or whatever, but then you realize you're not learning the skill of building. And I think Africa, that's what we really need. People who know how to build something from the ground up. Why? Because there's a resource and we have to be able to add value to the resource and then sell it for a profit. But I understand entrepreneurship has its own challenges. So I would say that for anyone who's leaving university, position yourself like Dr. Wahungu told me, where do you want to go at your peak? Work backwards, identify the industry, then pay attention to the trends in that industry. Yeah? So if you're in, for instance, the transport sector, ask yourself, what is now the current trend? Is it EVs? What are EVs looking like? We are moving into, what do they call them? Driverless cars, isn't it? How are we positioning ourselves? Are we positioning ourselves to be the driver in a driverless world? Or are we positioning ourselves to draw and design the driverless cars? Yeah, so we have to think ourselves in the future with the AI world, with the technology advanced world. Are we building Africa to go into that space and becoming relevant even into that space? Or are we staying here where we are looking for jobs making paint in a factory that will probably be done by a Tesla robot in a few years? Yeah. I don't know if I'm making sense, but you have to really be futuristic in your thinking and then ask yourself, what skill am I getting or coming out with that is packaged for that futuristic world? And then ask yourself then, which organizations then are moving in that space? Can I work with them? can I add value to them by providing a service or a good that will be useful to their processes?
Yvonne, I feel like you're reading my mind because as you're talking, I'm thinking green entrepreneurship, and then you mention it. And then I'm thinking innovation, AI, technology, then you mention it. And I think I just want to, double down on that point, that truly, regardless of whether you actually studied business in the university or not, the truth is any single one of us here can innovate, coming up with a solution, coming up with a problem. Elon is just one, but I believe there are many Elons within this African continent, especially towards solving for the issue of climate change. And mine is to just encourage green entrepreneurs who are in this room and they may not know it, that you can actually come up with an AI solution for climate change, a technological tool, or solution for solving for the issue of climate change and helping Africa, make that transition, the green transition or the energy transition. And so just to speak a little more about green entrepreneurship, if there's people in this room or watching that, they've probably been toying with an idea, where do you start with a green enterprise, a green business? Where do I go? If I'm a young person here, where do I go? How do I start? Where are the places to connect to? And I'll just plug Jacob's Ladder Africa here. We run an incubation program. We take young people through a 9-month program where you get skills and you're able to stand and run your business by the time you're done with the program. But that's just one of them. I'd like to hear, because you're in the world, what opportunities that these young people can connect to as green entrepreneurs.
There's a lot of financing that's going now to support startups. UNDP, for instance, has Youth for Climate, and it's a challenge fund that is always running every year that gives startup capital to entrepreneurs who have really good ideas. There are so many like this I see every day coming up. So one of the things I always say, ask yourself, what's the key word in your idea? So if it's agribusiness or it's green industrialization, transport, if it's any other sector, know your keyword. And then, truthfully speaking, the internet is a huge resource. These funds are always being announced. I'm on LinkedIn at least twice a day, and every time I swap through my LinkedIn, I'm finding, if you're an innovator, we have this innovator fund, or we have this incubation facility. So the most important thing is to be switched on, so that you're in the radar of this type of funds. So if you're not on LinkedIn, highly encourage that you join LinkedIn and don't have a dormant account. Try and have an active account. I have had people who've reached out to me on inbox, said, Yvonne, what is UNDP doing? And imagine this information, many people, it's for free. It's actually to our benefit when more people apply. So that's one. So I know University of Nairobi has an incubation facility and several other agencies. One of the things I try and do when I'm doing resource mobilization, which I think an entrepreneur is also doing, is I try write a list of funds. So I know, for instance, this year there'll be a fund by UK Pact, there'll be a fund by Biodiversity Fund, there'll be a fund by a philanthropy fund. I know them, I know their deadlines, and I pay attention to what they're looking for. That's what I have to do as a daily, because I'm in resource mobilization. It's the same for an entrepreneur. Ask yourself, what are the top 10 incubation facilities that give financing to entrepreneurs? What are they looking for? Start paying attention to that. Put that into your pitch. Because there's no one who will give money to someone who doesn't have a good pitch. You have to have your good pitch deck. Once you have your pitch deck, the other thing, as Manda said, is really the world favors the bold. You have to knock on doors. You have to attend sessions like this where information is given for free. You have to be able to network and attend networking events. One of the things I've observed that many people don't know is young people get more attention than professionals who've been in the field for longer. Do you know that? If me and you go somewhere, you're likely to be listened to a bit more than myself. Why? people want to fund someone who's starting off. They actually really do. I know it for myself because the inboxes I get, sometimes I respond faster to someone who tells me I'm in university studying XXX. I really feel compelled to pull that person. However, when I go as a professional, I'm like, oh, I've been in climate finance. It takes a bit longer because I don't know. It's human nature, I guess. But people really do want to support young people. I can tell you for a fact, in the UN family, we are always being asked, have you put something for the youth? Have you been able to invite a young person? It's a current wave. I think it has been there for long, and I think that's why Professor Judy opened her doors for me. So young people looking to start enterprises, imagine, be bold. The world is actually for you, not against you. You just have to have a really good idea, bridge that knowledge gap, position yourself well, and be bold.
Awesome. Just to also mention that if you are in this room and you want to have an ear and an eye out to what's going on in this world, this climate space, you can follow, I think, the QR code. We can switch the slide to Jacob's Data Africa's pages. And we have a WhatsApp community as well. So you can join that community. We post RFPs, we post grants, we post fund opportunities, networking sessions, events, just the different things that are happening. And then it's a group where young people can share ideas, peer-to-peer learning. So it's really important to be found in those spaces. So feel free to follow us and write to us so that you can join that WhatsApp community. Lastly, Yvonne, before I go to the audience to ask their question, is where is Yvonne going from here?
Where am I going? Home.
Good question. Good answer to her.
Where do I want to go from here? I want to continue to do my work in the development space. I feel like in my career I've grown to the point where I'm offering a lot of strategic advisory. And I find that to be very influential because I end up meeting a lot of decision makers. And we dream together. We dream together, and we're able to, build programs that are able to be transformational, reaching out to the most left behind, and I think that's impactful. I love policy. And if one day God grants me the grace, I hope to continue to be in the climate policy space, influencing the decisions we are making as a country, because I really do believe we have not scratched the surface when it comes to what we can do with the resources we have at our disposal. Has any of you been to Iten? Iten? Is there anyone from Iten? Have you driven there? Anyone? It's the most beautiful place, right? Think about all the tourism opportunities to Iten. We've not scratched the surface, and it's ecotourism. It's right there. Why don't we have cable cars in Kenya riding over Iten? Why isn't that a thing? We are so excited with the zip line here at the forest, right? And now everyone in COVID became a mountain climber. Everyone was going to, I never even knew Elephant Hill, I don't know, Sleeping Warrior. We have such a beautiful country. We have immense amount of land that is being washed away with the rains, means that we are losing our agricultural productivity. Yet Moi, in his time, was promoting, I always used to, I can't say this word properly, so excuse me if I pronounce it wrong, momonyoko wa udongo. You remember that? Were any of you old enough to know that thing? Where we were building gabions all over the country to avoid soil erosion. We've lost the basics. We've actually retracted in so many things. So I think there's so much work to be done, and I pray that I continue to be an influence in that type of space, because I think it's the little things that matter, and I think policy is a catalyst to development, and I want to continue to be in the policy space.
Wishing you all the best with that. And Yeah, no, it's fine, absolutely fine. It's your answer, it's valid. And I feel you on the potential that Kenya and Africa has. And I do hope and pray that those who are watching, those who are in this room, yourself, myself included, we become a part of the solution that this continent and this country so desperately needs. Thank you. I'd just like to give 2 questions to the floor. Quick questions. Is that a hand?
That's the problem with being the last one. Everyone gets tired and sleepy.
So there are no questions. After this whole conversation with Yvonne, and there's a hand there at the back.
First and foremost, thank you for sharing your story. It was so commendable. I'm asking on behalf of my organization, do you have an interest or are you supporting carbon credits type of projects? If yes, are you in a position to partner with other organizations? Because within the coastal counties like Kwale and Lamu, we have an advantage of like doing these particular projects in those particular counties. So are you willing to partner with organizations like us to do some stuff?
I think the quick answer is yes. UNDP is one of the largest organizations when it comes to carbon markets, so we've been there developing the markets. As we speak, actually we are getting an overwhelming response because we had an expression of interest call for those who have project ideas, and it's because we'll finance the idea to develop it into a full carbon project. And we support you in identifying, actually we have buyers who are ready to buy the carbon. So this is something that we do. We will be doing it also because we are interested in attracting biodiversity financing. And as you know, carbon projects are in biodiversity hotspots. And so yes, the quick answer is yes, and we are open to receiving these ideas. We are currently, if you can write an idea very fast, we close tomorrow. So if you can submit, it might be considered. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Duncan Bandari. I'm a finalist at the Department of Civil and Construction Engineering at University of Nairobi. So my question is, how did you get your job at UNDP? I didn't quite catch that because there are these stories online and especially on X. I saw someone post a job opportunity with a link in some UN organization. Then on the comments, people were kind of, bashing them or discouraging people from applying, saying that these links are being posted just as a formality. And like people are pre-selected, then the link is shared as a formality so that it is a mechanic. They didn't share a link for people to apply. Yeah.
What can I say? It's a reputation. No, I started in the Ministry of Environment, like I mentioned to you, and I used to work in UNDP programs. As a result, I really got to understand the UN lingo, the UN processes, the UN insider stuff. And so when an opportunity came at UN, now to join UNDP itself, I was able to apply and I got the job. Does that happen a lot? Yes. Imagine people get hired blindly in the UN. It has a reputation of being a godfather institution, and people imagine that, yeah, there's always someone who's pre-selected. But imagine if you have the skills, if you do have the skills and you're able to package yourself well, then you actually get what is called shortlisted. I'll give you a tip. In the UN, they have required. You've seen that in an advert. So if you go look at a UN job advert now, and there are different types of advert. There's for UN volunteer, there's for consultants, there's for ETC. When you find that they've written something is required, then you want to make sure you highlight that because there's a sifting that happens in the long list, and they check, do you have that minimum requirement, as is with many jobs. Yeah, so whatever is highlighted as required, please make sure you've put loudly in your CV. It's the language of the CV. However, UN has many pathways to join. One of them, for yourself who's finishing university, you could consider setting up a profile in what we call UN volunteers. I carried the book here because I knew it will come up. UN volunteers has been a very big pathway to getting into the UN, because one, you get to understand how the UN works, what are their systems, etc, etc, etc. So highly encourage that for yourself. Go and check, for instance, UNOPS, where they have a lot of civil and structural engineers. They do a lot of project management, and then see what are the opportunities that they have. Start noting those down as skills that you want to amplify, and then try your luck. But the UN is not the only employer. I have to also let you know. It really is not the only employer. I can tell you we are so lean. My team, we are 4 for climate change. And I manage a $31 million portfolio. $31 million times 129 is how much? So we work a lot with organizations like Red Cross, WWF, CSOs, etc. So the UN is not the only employer, but it will employ you. Yeah.
I just want to also just piggyback on that and say that you can actually start where you are and begin to make an impact where you are, that even the UN takes notice of you. What I mean is, if you are faithful with what you're doing right now and become really good at it, you will be hunted out. People will know you. Your profile will grow. Your network will grow. And pretty soon, these opportunities will come to you instead of really trying to hunt them out. And not to say that, you can't go and decide to want to apply, but start with where you are and believe that, if you're faithful in that, just as, Yvonne, you started with the Ministry of Environment and working on UNDP projects, eventually ended up at the UNDP. So that's another pathway to consider. I want to just take this, quite a number of questions on Slido. So in honor of people on Slido, one question, and then we'll really have to call it a day because we are way over time. Is that okay? Okay, I think I'm talking to myself. Is that okay? Great. I love people who talk back. So, do you believe the carbon credit system in Kenya is sustainable?
I believe that the carbon credit system is sustainable. That's a complex question. Do I think that carbon credits are able to shift capital to reward those who do good for the environment? I really do. And I think that's what carbon credits are designed to be. They're supposed to be a reward system for those who are taking care of the environment. Do I think it's sustainable? I think if we build the market, it will be. The carbon credit space is one that is not well understood. We hear a lot of the bad publicity. Yeah, or they've taken community land in area X, or they've given these people 5 shillings when they were making $10 a ton. It's very complex to understand. If I try break it down, is carbon becomes an asset, like your car. Okay, your car is considered a liability, but let me say it becomes like this chair. I'm willing to sell this to you if you want it, right? Because you have seen the value of sitting, right? And you want that to continue over time. So the economic incentive around carbon is very critical, because there are people who are doing a lot and they're trading off from what they'd have been doing on the land, how they'd have been producing energy, and they've used resources to do that. They've built an asset base, and they need to be paid something for that asset base. So yes, I do believe carbon credits are a sustainable mechanism. I think we need to continue to incentivize. If you think about, for instance, Nairobi, there's someone in Aberdare Forest who is not cutting a tree to ensure that we have water in Nairobi. True or false? That person, don't they need to be incentivized in one way or another? Yeah.
And I think that's the incentive mechanism. So whether it's a carbon credit, whether it's a biodiversity credit, whether it's a payment for ecosystem services, I believe there needs to be a reward for those who are not destroying the environment so that nature can continue to provide a service to all of us. And that is for me, something that needs to be discussed and scaled in the country.
Awesome. I know we are out of time. I don't know where the organizers are, if I can catch one. I hear there are 2 burning questions. So can we take those 2 questions, or do we stop now? We take the 2 questions? Okay. Let's have the 2 questions. Do you need a mic? Keep them less than a minute. Quick questions with quick answers.
Oh, the mic has gone. First, can I say that I think you're really brilliant? I heard what you're doing as an engineer. I was like, my goodness, we need to package you and patent you. You're going to make a lot of money from your ideas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I want to keep it really, really short. First, I have some comments. Jacob Ladder really holds a special place in my heart because that's the first, very, very first seminar I attended when I had my foot in the e-mobility. And I remember it was in Westlands. I can't remember really the hotel. So it really holds a special place in my heart. So I'm really grateful. You are my Asha when I came there. Thank you. It has been brilliant, and I have even no words to express how much grateful I am for how you have talked. I felt like the other sessions were really, really technical, but from what I've listened to you, you have really talked to my soul, because being a 5th-year student, I'm almost finishing. I really have insecurities. I'm really afraid to enter into the job market because I'm like, am I going to get this? Am I not going to get? And it is really discouraging. I've not gotten a lot of no's in my career path, but have begun. So it is really, really scary. And my question to you is, what are some of the career mistakes I should avoid during my early careers? What are those potholes? Because I feel we normally speak of success, but nobody normally talks to us about the potholes that we should look for, the mistakes that we should avoid. Thank you.
First, I told you you're brilliant. That's a really good question, and I think I'll journal on that today. But I have a number of things that I can say are career pitfalls. One was not having a clear vision of what I wanted at some point. So having your vision always ahead of you is very critical. Why? Because people will have all sorts of things for you. You'll finish. I can assure you, banks like engineers. Yeah? Banks like engineers because they're analytical, they're good with numbers. Is that what you want for yourself? If it is, imagine it's okay. But have a clear vision so that you don't. But what are the pitfalls that I personally went through? One, don't be swayed by fear. Yeah, it's that thing that's always there. But imagine your strength is in believing in you, yourself. And never be impatient with the path. Imagine I look back now and remember Yardstick and how we used to knock at doors. You know, I used to wonder now, what is this? I'm going to knock on a door to beg for money. Like, what's that? But that resource mobilization skill I learned in campus has helped me so much now in stakeholder engagement, being bold and knocking on doors. So never allow fear to overwhelm you. It does. It does. Then you guys, I really feel for this generation. It is a pressure-filled generation. Why? I can dance on TikTok and make a lot of money very fast. Even me, I feel the pressure. I used to be in school with Just Ivy and Kashiki. You know those guys for over 25? And I'm always like, maybe I should have become a influencer. But you have to trust your path is yours. And I really think for you, like you've said, you know, immobility is something that's clearly close to your heart. So if I can use you as an example, keep staying in that space. Don't allow yourself to leave those spaces. Why? You meet the professionals. Every year someone is retiring. Every year someone is moving. Yeah? So stay there. Stay there. Don't move. Stay in those spaces. Keep learning the language of immobility. Keep knowing what is Kenya planning. Because the moment you move yourself from that space, you lose a path to information. Yeah? So keep doing that. A pitfall I also had is around masters, my master's program. When I finished campus, I wasn't the top student in industrial chemistry. And I remember when we graduated, I was offered a scholarship by 3 professors. One told me, go do your PhD immediately. Another one told me, go do your master's in Netherlands to do water engineering. And another one told me Taiwan. I never took any of those scholarships. And every day I ask myself, I should have taken these scholarships. I should have taken, because 2 of the people, because now me, I'm those kihereheres. So I told someone, so you go take this, because me, I'm not interested. Those people are now PhDs. Do you know what it is to be called doctor? Dr. Nyokabi, you guys would have been over here looking at me differently, Cindy. But I did my master's in public policy. And for me, I look back and I'm like, imagine that was a good career move. And I did it during COVID, which is 2020. I graduated 2010. You see? So it's okay also not to be under pressure to do things the way someone else sees for you. If you're not feeling sure-footed to do a master's now, imagine, don't rush. It's okay to start a job, even an internship. Why? Because then you start to see how the world works, what are the gaps, so you can even know what I want to study. Do you know there are many people who do PhDs who have a hard time coming into the workplace because they can't find a match? You've seen that. So don't feel pressure when it comes to academia. But if you feel yourself that is what you need, imagine, go for it and have no regrets. But please, I won't say it. It will be controversial and then I'll find myself on Twitter. So, follow you. Imagine you have inside you intuition that tells you this is the path, go ye in it. Yeah?
Hello, my name is Gloria. I'm also a final year student in civil engineering. I really love the conversation. Thank you so much for being here today. My question is on policy. Every time I encounter somebody who has done policy, are always well renowned, or they have accomplished something, or they have stayed there in the paths. I've never met young people doing policy, and I'm really interested in doing policy. Would you advise me or tell me how I can start, or anything I can do as a young person in policy? Thank you.
Oh, that's so interesting. You never see young people in policy. Did you follow last year's finance bill? That was all policy. Let me tell you a truth. Policy sounds like you have to sit in a room and write something, isn't it? Because policy is writing a vision about how a country should move forward in something. Do you know right now there's a carbon trading policy that is being discussed? Yeah. Which sector are you? You said civil engineering. There was something on engineering policies and engineering board and stuff like that. That is policy. Policy means that you shape how the country will move forward because you've given insight to that common vision. So I'd highly encourage you, 1, go write all the policies in engineering, and then purpose to always make a memo submission, even on TikTok, which I think is the best thing ever, that people can critique policies on TikTok. Like, what is that? It's so nice. But did you see the finance bill? Did you see how many people broke down policy into chewable things? They just went, they looked at a clause, they said this doesn't make sense, and they researched backwards to see why it's not good. They researched forward on where we can go. So become an influencer on policy. That's my challenge. What's your handle? I'll follow you on TikTok as you policy influence. But in terms of practical other spaces that you can go to, let me use the example of, I forget your name, Rose. Gloria. Gloria said she went for a workshop on e-mobility. That's where a lot of the times policymakers are gathering. So if you see there's a webinar, there's a meeting in policy for an area that you have interest, imagine come with your chair and sit at the table and make sure you talk. Don't keep quiet, talk. That's a rule I have in my life. I don't go to a space and keep quiet. Why? I have the breath of God in me. I'm going to talk. And when I talk, I say something that will make sense. So carry the same boldness. Carry your chair to the room, make a comment, whether in writing or verbally, but say something. Yeah. And do your research.
Just to add to that, the e-mobility workshop she's talking about was actually us looking at the e-mobility policies in Kenya. And more specifically, we arranged that roundtable to hear from young people. And we were actually reviewing the policies within the e-mobility space and how they either are favorable or not favorable to young people and employability in e-mobility. So I second what Yvonne has said. Anything around climate change right now, the conversation of youth cannot be missing. And so your place at the table is already secure. Now it's just for you to take your seat, but the seat is there. Just as there are a couple of empty seats here, there are people who need to take their seats. So take your place in the conversations. Know that we are actually looking to hear from you. You are the future of Africa. You are the solution providers. You are the one who's going to help us make that transition. And so you are very, very important. And we want to hear you and see that which you have to offer for the continent. Thank you so much, Yvonne, for this beautiful conversation. Was it helpful? Yes. Great. Follow us, Jacob's Data Africa, on all our platforms. This is just the beginning of many episodes that you will see. If you want to watch this episode, for those who are here in the audience, it will go up soon on our pages, so follow and keep tabs on that. But thank you so much for taking time to watch, for those who've watched, for those who've sat through this session. And I do hope it was impactful and beneficial and transformational for each one of you. Yvonne? Thank you so much. I look forward to having a conversation soon on, where you will be and what that looks like. But thank you for, giving your time and wishing you all the best as you transform this nation.
Am I allowed to say something now that, are we done with the podcast? So that I can say something offline. One of the things I intentionally do that could perhaps be something you do, or if you're not doing, you could consider doing, is on Twitter and on your LinkedIn, go to the people who have most influence in that space. Yeah? Follow them. When you follow them, you're opening a channel for information. They'll always bombard you with, oh, we are doing this, we are doing, the way they say in LinkedIn, it's happening now, happening now. You will know what's happening now, okay? So please go join the right channel. Don't follow blindly, follow the right people.
We appreciate the presentation so much. Thank you, Miss Manda, and thank you, Miss Yvonne. Thank you so much for that session. It was a very informative and encouraging session. Unlike the ones earlier on in the day, this one was delivered a little bit more softly. Wouldn't you agree? In a bit more encouraging and loving way. A way that tells you, don't bend to the pressure. Don't bow to it. It gets better. So I am informed